I've been waiting on the ground, waiting for a certain sound to get out. But then I hear people praying for a change, hoping for a better day. Let's get up. We gotta take a step back from this futuristic world. Mistakes and setbacks happen, but don't let them hold you down. Get up. Rooted. Ooh, na, 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 na. You got to get up. Rooted. And just stay down to earth. But get up. Rooted. Ooh, na, 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 na. You got to get up. Rooted. Why yo? There comes a time when confusion's in your mind, but the truth of bottom line is coming. But if you stay with your culture and your rules, then the pudding's in the proof, I promise. We gotta take a step back from the futuristic world. Mistakes and setbacks happen, but don't let them hold you down. Get up. Rooted. Ooh, na, 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 na. You got to get up. Rooted. But you stay down to earth and get up. Rooted. Ooh, na, 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 na. You got to get up. Rooted. Why yo?
Stay connected through The Link. Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
If only I had my wishes come true, I'd create one whole new nation. See no differences between us, you and I. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Oh yeah. Yeah. If only I had my wishes come true, I would end all wars all around the world. No longer fights between us, you and I. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Yeah, I know it's only wishful thinking, that's so make-believe. Oh, yeah. A little bit of hope won't hurt nobody. They keep saying I'm naive, but it seems all so real to me. If only I had my wishes come true, I would turn this world into paradise with peace and love between us, you and I. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Breaking bread together, sharing one cup of wine together. If only I had one wish come true, then I would make one wish to be with you. Hey, yeah. Oh, oh, yeah. Then I would make one wish to be with you. Yeah, yeah. Then I would make one wish to be with you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
If I was to tell you just how much I need you, would you come tonight? Or would you not believe me? Cause I'm not that easy, never turns out right. I'm trying to change your rules, you deserve something good in your life. We've waited for far too long, so come get your blessings tonight, baby. Won't you come over, love, so I can show you love. I promise I've got enough to give you all that you need, baby. So many search to find love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it on to me, baby. Ooh. Ooh. Baby, let me teach you, give you love instruction, show you what to know. Need to take it easy, no need to rush, no, baby, nice and slow. All this love I can give to you, I expect there's a bit in return. But you don't have to be perfect, love, as long as you're willing to learn, baby. So many search to find love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it all to me, baby. So many search to find love that's as good as mine. And I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it all to me, baby. Ooh.
Yes, Lord. Right.
Ooh.
Check it.
Turn down the lights, I'll give you all of my love tonight. Let's do what lovers do. Ooh, I'm ready for you. I don't wanna waste my time, so don't make me beg tonight. And don't keep me waiting for love. Won't you come over, love? Come over, love. Show you love, show you. Promise I've got enough to give you all that you need, baby. Won't you come over, love, so I can show you love. I promise I've got enough to give you all that you need, baby. So many sights to find love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it on to me, yeah. Bring it on to me, yeah.
Oh, signa uli di sombranzelten meg e zu te saluda antes di umniga radzaudzan malakas fredzas durante todo imemu a nogi distancia gumugupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Gary, respect it so. Spike it for go. Ngang mi side out re. Magi on to nyeri. Nyeri e fere keri. Gary, respect it so. Spike it again for go. Young me side out re. Living out of way the orco say what's in a go sabido. Cause you want sabido ready, I sing our Ferry do my enemy. It's a caraway to see. Hey, this is a coffee. Ma potaki bari, living out of way the orco say what's in a go sabido. Cause you want to sabido ready, I sing our Ferry do my enemy. It's a caraway to see. Hey, this is a coffee. Ma potaki bari, magi on to nyeri. Nyeri, kaya keri, keri. Respect it so. Spike it again for go. Young me side out red. Magi on to nyeri. If it carry, respect it so. Spike it for young me side out red. Living out of way the orco say what's in a go sabido. Cause you want to sabido it, I sing our Ferry do my enemy. It's a caraway to see. Yeah, it's a sick coffee. Ma potaki bari, living out of way the orco say what's in a go sabido. Cause you want to sabido it, I sing our Ferry do my enemy. It's a caraway to see. Yeah, it's a sick coffee. Ma potaki bari, magagan fedik more. Moto don't want me so. Tibwe rigin fudum, very very down. Miniga saga se. Magagan fedik more. Moto don't want me so. Tibwe rigin fudum, very very down. Miniga saga se. Neminaru with the orco say what's in a go sabido. Cause you want to sabido it, I sing our Ferry do my enemy. You took caraway to see. Hey, this is a coffee. Ma potaki bari, living out of way the orco say what's in a go sabido. Cause you want to sabido it, I sing our Ferry do my enemy. You took caraway to see. Hey, it's a sick coffee. Ma potaki bari,
Good morning. It is
Went to 11.
Hump Day Wednesday. That was KFC Kids from Chuk with Nemina, one of our favorite Chukies songs.
That's the jam, I gotta say.
It's about a girl, in case you were wondering, Jay. I asked them, I had the honor of interviewing them one time, and I said, hey, you know that song? They go, they're like, yep, it's about a chick.
It's about a chick.
It's always about a chick.
Okay, and even though they'll always be known as like kids from Chuk, and
Yep.
as a proud Sanchez graduate,
That's right.
I'm so proud of those guys.
Yeah.
Those guys represent our school.
Yep.
4 really good guys, but they were known as kids from Chuk. They're like grown men now.
They're now men from Chuk.
Men with mortgages, with bills,
Don't grow up, kids.
with careers.
Stay
Probably
young.
I believe a couple of them have kids now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? Four of the nicest guys you're ever gonna meet.
Oh, yeah,
if
good
you ever,
people, man.
If you ever seen them, I mean, they're gonna blow you away like in concert. But you ever just like talk to them and everything like that? They're
Yeah.
really, really nice guys.
Very humble, very down to earth.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. It is 6:25. It's a hump day. It's January 26, 2022. We're doing this thing here called The Link. It's a multimedia broadcast extravaganza.
How's it looking outside, Joe, sir?
Dark. Very nice. Going to be a good day.
Now remember, Landon was saying these days these are the this is Guam's winter, I guess. So
Yeah. Chamorro Winter. Chawinter.
with a capital CH.
Yeah. Capital CH or else.
So sunrise not happening these days until Landon from the NWS was actually saying exactly 6:48. So
Wow.
if you're having a hard time sleeping or getting up because you're used to like the sun coming through the louvers or in the window or
It's a little
anything like
different.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to set like the alarm on your phone.
Wow, first one in our Facebook Live this morning. Olympia Borja. Good morning, everyone. Have a blessed day and be safe.
What a beautiful name, Olympia.
Nice. Bev Test J Solis. Buenas and off a day. Familiar KUAM from today's road. Chala and Pagu. Get it?
Good morning, Prim. Bev Deste Sauce also gave Joe Sir a shout out with the emoji at the AAC.
Nice. Joe Sir got his fans. Liz Agagi of Eva Beach, Hawaii is in here. Roberto Fracassini. Buongiorno, Guam.
Liz, how was your grandson's party? Or even if it's just a party for grandmother and grandson.
Pandemic party.
Yeah. Like we were saying yesterday when Polly Eric was on, is there anything better than going to Nana's house and hearing her tell stories?
Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah.
Rosemary Laguatnia, good morning. Angel Pete Quintanilla Castro, Hafaday Familia KUAM, Manana Sidzus. All have a good day and be safe. Emma Olalia, good morning. Good morning, our Facebook Live peeps. Thank you guys. Jack Larimer, good morning, my friend.
Hey, Jack.
Have a
How
great
you been,
day.
man? It's been a while.
Team KUM, he says, have a great day.
You know what I used to love? Speaking of good memories.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Jack, and it was Jesse Bias's birthday, of course. The last week.
Okay.
And you would see Jesse and Ruby, just like play it. Remember the old Sam Choi's restaurant?
Oh,
in
yeah.
Tumon?
Oh, never trust a skinny chef.
And then Jack would just come and start. I remember the first time I saw Jack, I think he was doing like Polynesian.
Man, you're taking me back, dude.
Yeah, like Polynesian
I
interpretive.
interviewed-
And then Jack started playing with him, and it was just a wonderful way to enjoy dinner.
I interviewed Chef Sam Choi when didn't Chef Peter Duenas used to work under him?
I believe so.
Yeah. So this is like way back. This is like the GameWorks time.
And this is actually after Sam Choi got international fame for being on like
Right.
Iron Chef.
That's right.
So everybody knew who Sam Choi was.
Yeah.
Super nice guy. Speaking of nice guys and everything, Sam, big dude, big heart.
Right. Mary May Macias. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mary May.
Well, hey Liz, have you ever eaten at Sam Choi's? I know he's got multiple
How
restaurants.
about
but
you have a grind there, Sam Choi?
He's also got like there's like the big restaurants like we had here.
Yeah.
And then he's also
He's
got,
got like little ones.
yeah, the smaller ones like Sam Choi. I think it's called like Sam Choi's Crab Shack. I
Oh,
went
wow.
there for like brunch once.
Wow.
In Honolulu, it was really good.
Frame Lonnie Tyron. Good morning. I pray the governor decides on closing the schools. Yeah, hospitalizations are up. I was talking with someone yesterday. We are getting Superintendent John Fernandez on this morning. As the Guam Department of Education reported 24 student cases. We've seen day they reported 38. There was one last week, 61.
Yeah.
And, of course, parents starting to ask about, hey, yeah, they're just starting to ask about, can we go back to online like the Catholic schools? And we had John on last week. Of course, we were talking about this. And basically what it is, from what John was saying, if you go back and listen to that interview, but there's no real need to because he's coming on this morning. We're definitely going to ask him again. As he was saying, if public health doesn't move in a way where it's kind of like their response is more serious, right? And they're looking at this as more of a threat, then there's no real justification for GDOE to kind of make a move, right? If public health saying, it's mild, the governor said it's mild, we're protected, don't worry. Don't worry about it. It's the new normal. It's the new normal. Then, of course, GDOE can't just, randomly say, oh, well, we're going to, like the Catholic schools, right? So it's a public health emergency. There's a public health authority. But if the public health authority is kind of like, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 cases, come on, like the governor is, then essentially public health is like, it's kind of a nothing burger. So that's where GDOE is. They're in a tough spot. But, I'm just not so sure about this idea that we can get these thousands of positive cases and we're going to be okay. It's just that my mind hasn't, like Dr. Annette David, we had her on last week. She said that it kind of requires a big mindset change where you can look at these numbers and just, like I said, the new normal, just kind of like accept that, we got it. And trust in them, that's the new one for me, because they're basically saying it's okay and we're not going to flood the hospital. But if you look at the numbers, hospitalizations are up. We've got some issues with the monoclonal antibody treatment that's shut down. We do have the COVID pill, but we only have 80. We have 80 COVID pills. That's 80 doses. That's 80 people. We're reporting nightly 700, 600.
And that's not like that's not
positives.
a treatment. That's actually like the vaccine,
It's like a pill
as
form.
opposed to the shot.
It's a treatment. It's like a.
Oh, it is
It's
a
like it's like a monoclonal antibody type pill for, and it's supposed to work more for the Omicron.
Okay. Well, because when Speaker Therese Terlahi, who's also coming on the show
Right,
later on,
yeah.
remember when she was saying she got the monoclonal antibody treatment? She said,
Right.
"Do you want us to do 4 shots in sequence, or you want 4 all at one time?" And she's like, "I'll
Give me
Give it-
one shot.
give it to me one
One
time.
shot.
I'm the
That's it.
speaker.
That's it.
I can take it.
Put it right here.
Jotnia rules."
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, I do have a.
So yeah, we
Notice how someone from Jotnia, when they
Yeah.
say that, it just doesn't hit as hard as
Yeah,
okay.
someone-
You
what-
you say it. You have to represent.
Where are you from?
Dedido.
Yeah.
Jotnia rules.
He's like Johnny and rolls.
Okay, you say it. So say it
Gotta be
properly.
like, don't rules.
Thank you. There you go.
Just say it with your chest.
Okay, I do have an update. This is interesting because, of course, we've been staying on top of the fact that you do need an appointment if you want to be tested at Teason. We were saying
Yeah.
yesterday that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all.
What do we got, Jay?
Today, there are spots available. Like I'm looking at the website right now. So if you go to tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me,
Hurry, get your tickets now, guys.
yeah, Wednesday spots today available. So I don't know if that has something to do with the fact that we talked at length yesterday about the fact that
Maybe, I don't
the
know.
new prioritization kicks in today.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that and what the parameters are and everything. But maybe some people, because if you do make an
Maybe they're
appointment,
canceling their appointments, is what
yeah,
you're saying?
exactly. On the Eventbrite system, they may have gone there and they may have said, okay, well, I just wanted to go.
Maybe
there
they
to
just
get
felt
checked.
ashamed.
Perhaps.
It's an inside joke, guys, but not really. We had
Replay yesterday's episode.
We did, yeah. We had the incident commander Fernando Estevez, a little clip from the news that we played, and he was basically saying it's prioritization of symptomatic patients only because of a test kit shortage, because they told everyone to go get tested, and guess what? Everyone is going to get tested, and so now they said it's starting today, but we actually heard that they were doing it yesterday. Prioritizing symptomatic patients. Jay, what's the criteria again for that?
Absolutely. So here you go. So public health and community testing partners, that's the big thing. So it's everybody are now prioritizing starting this morning testing to only symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts. Now, this is the key thing, right? High-risk close contacts. This is how it's defined. Those people who are unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated, right? You didn't get shot 1, shot 2, and the booster. So unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated are high-risk close contacts. High-risk close contacts are also senior citizens, defined as people 65 years or older. High-risk close contacts are also people with multiple health conditions, the comorbidities that you hear so often, and people in immunocompromised conditions, meaning that, you may not have a
robust
living environment that's conducive.
Right, and then the isolation facility is at the Bayview Hotel. We should probably I'll try and get a census on that. But it's available, guys. You just got to call one of the phone numbers that Public Health doesn't answer, and then when they don't answer, you make arrangements. And it's basically if you have your living conditions don't allow you to effectively isolate, then you can check into the hotel isolation.
And I think that the number one thing that they actually go for, they'll give you this interview and they'll ask you, but I believe the first question is always, how many people in your house, and do you all share the same bathroom? I mean, if you live in you know, like one of those rooms where you can close the door, you've got your own room, and you've got your own restroom,
you're good.
Then you're like, okay, well, you know, that is true isolation.
And that's very rare, I think.
Yeah. I've heard some stories about some people that are, you know, they've had to isolate, and it's like, okay, I can't not use the bathroom. And if you've got like some symptoms, you may have like a little bit of a fever. So of course, you know, you got to hydrate. And so some people are saying, you know, I just get up and, you know, I go to the bathroom every day at 2 a.m. And that's the only time. I was like, wow, that's nuts.
Right, yeah. Did you see this, Jay? GCC has moved some classes online.
Right on.
Kind of, maybe we'll reach out to Yogi and find out. This is a story reported by Isaiah Elgin.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I did see that kind of in the comments. And then the other big news that we had yesterday was we had the Admiral, Benjamin Nicholson, on. And he was basically talking about the land up at Eagles Field where the governor wanted to build the $1 million healthcare complex. It's a very controversial piece of property because there are actually some living original, and these aren't the heirs. There are some living, breathing original landowners who originally owned property there at the Eagles Field area, and they were just kind of being ignored by the governor and lieutenant governor. They were going to the media. They put up a sign, and then really, unfortunately, maybe a little bit of karma is, you know, the governor was ignoring the original landowners. Obviously, the military has a long track record of land seizures, and now it kind of seems like we're not going to get a hospital, and we're not going to get that land back to the original landowners because the Admiral was. Jay, you heard the interview. He seemed really set about this missile defense thing.
Yeah, and then when Nestor actually, you know, wrote his story last night, he posed the question so beautifully and everything. He said, you know, the governor has made these well-documented plans to set up, you know, like a new public hospital right in the center of the island. And, you know, there were a bunch of reasons why she felt that was advantageous. And now Nestor actually wrote, you know, she could be trumped by plans for a missile defense system.
Yeah, there was actually another change, too, out of public health, which you're going to have in the news. They cut the fifth day testing from guidelines.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of rapidly evolving changes that are coming out of public health that we're trying to do our best to get out and communicate.
I remember just a few days ago, Dr. Ho Wen was saying, he's like, okay, it's also important to say, like, if you believe you may have come into contact with somebody or you want to get tested, you know, you don't necessarily have to go like same day, or, you know, like if somebody tells you, hey, you know, like I had a cousin who might have been in the same room with you and everything, you know, you have to kind of like count out that 5, and now that's been modified.
Yeah, and then so we did ask public health. Our health reporter Daniel Perez asked public health because there were just so many people asking yesterday about if we're prioritizing the symptomatic patients, and there's people who are not vaccinated complying with the governor's mandate. They require weekly testing. And so people were asking about that, right? And I know they do some testing in the agencies, but we're hearing about the shortages. Obviously, public health has said they're short on test kits. So people were asking us, what about that? What about students who have to go back to school? And public health informed us that they're updating their guidance to include how the new strategy for testing will affect residents and students who need a negative COVID test. But then they've also done away with the fifth day testing from their guidelines. So I'm not sure how that'll impact it. The change they're making is removing the recommendation to test at day 5 if you're a close contact, as well as removing the recommendation to quarantine if you're a close contact and fully vaccinated. So if someone is fully vaccinated or boosted, they're a close contact, you still got to go to work. Oh, that sucks. Isn't that crazy how different the science, I guess, is it science really, has evolved over this? Whereas you were a close contact before, it's like you had to go and stick your head in the ground for 14 days. And now it's like, oh, sorry, there's restaurants are closing. Never mind, go to work. Right? Is that just kind of how it seems? It kind of seems like we are. There are restaurants and other businesses that there's too many people who are sick, and so they can't work. They can't operate, right?
I mean, you know, we talked about that, you know, like, and you said last week, like a particular restaurant that we do a fair amount of business with and everything was not able to field a full crew. And imagine that. I mean, if you're a restaurant and you're open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and it's not just, okay, you know, the greeter in the front, and then one chef, and then, you know, like one one
It's,
server and
it's
everything like that.
three
It's
greeters.
It's a
Yeah.
whole crew of people
Yeah.
who are very specialized in their training.
Yeah, and then
you
if
can't
you-
exactly say like, okay, 2 guys run the whole show for the
Right.
next 14 hours. I mean,
Yeah, and
that's,
so if you have a positive, like let's say you're at a restaurant, you work in a restaurant, and you have a positive, and there are close contacts, they're supposed to isolate for the 5 days, right? But if they're fully vaxxed or boosted, they can go about their regular day. Even though we know that fully vaxxed can pass the virus, I don't know. Don't ask me to make sense of it. At this point, I'm almost like, let me just read the stuff, and I'm going to keep my opinions to myself. Yeah, good luck with that. It's 6:40. So let's go ahead and get into our first look at news. Here's who's coming on the show today, though. We have Senator Savina Perez. We've got the Speaker of the 36th Guam Legislature, Speaker Therese Terlahi. We have Education Superintendent John Fernandez. And we've also got, there was a big lawsuit filed yesterday, Earth Justice and Pratay Letegzin. And also local attorney Rachel Dudu Taimanao. It was a great picture I saw on the steps of the district court as they filed a federal action against the Air Force due to the open pit burning. And we'll go on with them at 9 o'clock with Tomas. And then we're also going to the NMI guys, the CNMI's chief pharmacist.
mm-hmm.
That's going to be a good one. We haven't even ever got Guam's chief pharmacist, but we'll take the CNMI. Obviously, the pharmacist, we're thinking the treatment, the monoclonal antibodies, the COVID pills. I'll find out where they are.
possible distribution of home tests,
Right,
perhaps,
yeah,
like retail sales in
yeah.
addition to like the federal ones.
And then maybe find out, like, are there issues with the procurement? Are there issues with getting these COVID pills? Because, when we reported that we had these pills, I think that people were like, okay, good. But then I found out there's only 80 of them. And there are physicians at the clinic level who are having a hard time getting those pills. And so are we getting more? How many more are we getting? Is it going to be enough to be able to treat all these positives? Well, that remains to be seen, but we'll let you know definitely. 641 Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. They're very proud to represent and present this episode of The Link here on this Wednesday morning with the very latest. In for Sabrina Salas Matanani from the KUAM News team. Jason Salas, good morning.
All right, good morning, Chris, and good morning, Guam. Hafaday. Thanks to our friends at Pacific Points, of course, for bringing you the Link update headlines each and every morning. Pacific Points, you can do more, get more. Shout out to our friends over at Pacific Points. And once again, very, very tragic news to pass along to you as 2 more Guamanians are now fatalities of COVID, the COVID pandemic. 2 more such deaths were confirmed last night, having occurred earlier this month. The 281st fatality was on December 13th. That patient was a 56-year-old male who was unvaccinated. The 282nd fatality was on January the 8th. That patient was an 84-year-old female who was vaccinated. Both had underlying health conditions in both cases. Of course, from the Link, our prayers and our sympathies to the families of both of those people. As Chris said earlier, the number of COVID hospitalizations has jumped now. It is now at 34 Guamanians admitted to local hospitals. That's 22 at GMH, 9 at the Guam Regional Medical City, and 3 in Agana Heights and Naval Hospital, with 2 pediatric admissions. In addition to that, 4 people are receiving ICU care. 1 person is on a ventilator. Now the split of those hospitalized, 23 have received the vaccine, 9 are unvaccinated, and 2 people are ineligible due to age. And keeping with this trend, the island recorded 759 COVID cases out of 2,926 test samples analyzed on the 24th. That's a test positivity rate of about 26%. So every 1 in 4 people that is being tested is popping positive for COVID-19. 156 of those 759 cases were reported from the Department of Defense. There have been to date 28,628 officially reported cases of COVID, and there are currently 6,100 cases in active isolation. This number down, obviously, last week we were telling you there were around 7,400 cases. That's now 6,100 people. Still a very, very large number. 6,100 of your fellow Guamanians currently isolated because of the virus. As we said, today's the day for the new format for COVID testing, and that kicks into effect today, forced, of course, because of a shortage in supply test kits. Public health and community testing partners are now prioritizing, starting this morning, to test only symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts. I'll read you the criteria once again. High-risk close contacts are defined as those people who are unvaccinated or not completely vaccinated, also senior citizens who are 65 years and older, people with multiple health conditions, and people in immunocompromised conditions. You can go to KUM.com and read all of the stipulations about the new testing policy that goes into effect today, again, from Public Health and community partners. Let's get into our news stories now. As with more and more residents testing positive for coronavirus, along with limited test kits available on island, Public Health has decided to update its quarantine and isolation guidelines. Daniel Perez continues to cover healthcare, and he has this first story.
You may remember the flowchart that Public Health released more than a couple weeks ago, detailing what residents should do if they catch COVID. As of Monday, some changes have been made to reflect the ongoing situation, explained by COVID-19 Emergency Incident Commander Fernando Esteves.
The change that we're going to be making is removing the recommendation to test at day 5 if you're a close contact, as well as removing the recommendation to quarantine if you're a close contact and fully vaccinated. So if somebody's fully vaccinated or boosted and they're a close contact, they can go about their regular day. No testing required and no quarantine required or recommended in that situation.
Esteves added that the testing demand are mainly those who need to return to work, as they are required to show a negative COVID test if they are close contact or tested positive before. Due to this, Public Health reports that there are residents who get tested 2 to 3 times a week.
And what that means is, with the current situation and transmissibility of Omicron, what we're seeing as an example, if somebody were to test positive or be a close contact in one of your radio stations, then there may be the requirement that everybody who works there gets tested before returning to work. Now, what this does is it puts a tremendous burden on our supplies to try to maintain the operations and keep things open. And so for now, because the supplies are not there, we're just going to focus on our primary effort, which is preventing the overwhelming of our hospitals at this time.
It was also during yesterday's briefing that Esteves spoke out in regards to those lining up to get tested.
We hope that people are going to be honest when they come to get tested, whether they have an appointment or try to walk in. And if they're dishonest about whether or not they're symptomatic, shame on them. I'll just say it, shame on them, because they'll be taken away from somebody who may actually need that test in order to be identified and may need to get treatment.
KUAM reached out to Public Health today and received confirmation that they are making changes to the flowchart to update it to reflect what was announced Monday. Public Health hopes to get the updated version out before or by tomorrow. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
All right, thanks so much, Daniel. Joe Nugent-Charfers has our next story. Is when a child tests positive for COVID-19, she reports, parents do whatever needs to be done for the safe and health of their kids. Joan talked to one mother who shares her experience with a 7-year-old who tested positive.
Being in this pandemic for over 2 years, Faith Mendiola knew exactly what to do when her 7-year-old son Darren awoke one evening with flu-like symptoms.
The next morning, he had a fever. So I decided, you know what, since I'm going to go get Melissa tested, I might as well have him tested, right? And sure enough, he popped positive for COVID.
Her daughter, a senior at Notre Dame, had also tested after the school informed her that she was identified as a close contact. She tested negative. But taking the necessary precautions, Mendiola, along with her girls, Nelissa and Haley, knew they needed to quarantine.
I have to isolate them, rearrange our household so they can stay in their own rooms, have to designate an area for me and my son. So, of course, I have to take care of him. We have to quarantine for 5 days. So today was the 5th day, and me and the 2 girls got tested. So we're just currently waiting back for our results.
The mother of 3 said Darren's symptoms have been mild.
He had a mild congestion and a slight fever, nothing too alarming. It's a common, to me, it was a common cold, like a common flu. So I was able to just hydrate him. He still has his sense of taste and smell.
While Mendiola has taken everything in stride, she admits it has been mentally exhausting.
Being a mom, having to make sure that your kids are okay and you can't leave and there's nothing you can really do. It's mostly a waiting game. So it's stressful. It's pretty stressful.
And how are her kids holding up?
I have to remind them constantly, daily about, having to not touch their face. Please always wash your hands, sanitize before you go in your room. But other than that, they're troopers. They're troopers. They want to be together. They're always checking on their brother, asking me how their brother is doing, asking me if I'm okay, telling me they're okay. But other than that, they've learned to make the best of it.
With her daughters attending private schools and her son attending a GDOE school, Mendiola said the schools are trying to do their best.
It just sucks that there's never enough staffing. The numbers are rising. There's not enough room for our children. I think my middle school and high school girls do know how to take care of themselves and try to keep safe. It's just my 7-year-old. It's hard to keep kids away from each other, having to play with each other at that age.
And when it comes to vaccinations, Mendiola says prior to testing positive, Darren was scheduled to receive his vaccine at the end of the month, while her and her daughters are vaccinated but not boosted.
I wanted to know a little bit more about, the vaccine when it comes to kids. I'm all for vaccinating our children, because these days there's just so much in our foods and the way we live that's not healthy.
In the end, Mendiola says if you feel the need to vaccinate your kids, then do so.
There's only so many things that we can do. And, like with my girls, they play sports, and I made it their choice to get vaccinated, and they had to in order for them to play, they had to get vaccinated, and now they want to get boosted. So, I just try and give them as much information about vaccine, and I make it their choice.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonah Charfris.
All right, well, let's get to that story about Eagles Field and the possible use of that area in central Guam now, as the governor's plans to build a new hospital complex on military land in the Manila area may be in jeopardy. Here's Nestor with the very latest.
Speaking exclusively on The Link Show, Joint Region Marianas Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson said the Defense Department was open to the use of Eagles Field for a new hospital complex because it would also support military operations in and around Guam. He said DoD could also stipulate that certain features be built in. But things changed when the Missile Defense Agency got congressional funding for a Guam site.
Now that we have the money, now that we're exploring the sites, it could be that site is really prime real estate and absolutely necessary for the missile defense system, in which case maybe the hospital wouldn't be built there. It would have to go somewhere else.
Meanwhile, Governor Leon Guerrero has said repeatedly that Eagles Field is her first choice for a new hospital. She also made it known that she has a license for the property, which her spokesperson clarified today is a license to assess the feasibility of the property for a medical campus. The Admiral made it clear that there's no agreement to build anything there right now.
There was license to explore if it was a good location. So just as we're letting the Missile Defense Agency look at that area to see if it would be good for missile defense, we're allowing the government of Guam to look at that area to see if it would be potentially good for a hospital.
And while he says no decision has been made, he makes a strong case for the property's use as a missile defense system site.
Quite honestly, that land that we're talking about, when you look at where it is, north-south-wise, it's very central in the island. East-west-wise, it's more towards the east, which the DoD doesn't have a lot of properties on the eastern portion of the island. It's on some higher ground. So all of those things make it very attractive for a missile defense system. So I think we need to slow down a little bit. We need to let the evaluations play out before there's any permanent decisions made on what we would do with that particular parcel of land.
Adelup Communications Director Crystal Paco San Augustine said if the determination is made by the governor's task force that it is not an appropriate site, they are assessing other property. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Leconto.
And we've got another story about possibly involving the military now. Well, at least the U.S. Air Force is definitely involved with this story, as Prutehi Liteksan is taking the branch of the armed services to federal court. Tomas Manglona explains in this story.
With the action we filed today, these are open burning of open detonation activities that spread contaminants in the environment, including posing potential threat to the northern aquifer that provides water to 80 to 90% of the people on Guam.
Prutehi Liteksan Save Ritidian is waging a legal battle in federal court. They say the U.S. Air Force failed to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. At issue, they say the Air Force failed to consider environmental and cultural impact before it applied for a hazardous waste management facility permit for open burn, open detonation on Taragi Beach at Andersen Air Force Base.
It is simply unacceptable for our military to take these types of reckless actions when there are safer alternatives available to threaten the very people that they're sworn to protect.
The Air Force submitted their application last May. Local residents, including those at Earth Justice, reached out to them with concerns in November. It's been radio silent. The plaintiffs note that no open burning has occurred in the past 2 decades. They want a more thorough environmental review, more meaningful public engagement, and more consideration for safer ways. For Maneca Flores, the urgency is rooted in family relations to the land. Her great-grandfather farmed pigs and copra in Taragi before the war and before most of that land was taken by the government.
To see the land that was taken from our family for reasons of security now being used, for recreational use, but moreover being used for these harmful practices that will forever contaminate our drinking water, that will impact our fishing practices, that will impact the practices of us cultivating traditional medicines.
They say the impacts could be irreversible amid hopes of a return to sacred ancestral lands.
Open burn is a practice that is prohibited, and the US EPA has made an exception for particular practices of the military that are permitted. And so this is the way that they're proposing to do it is extremely antiquated and dangerous. And they haven't, as David said, they haven't considered any of the alternatives, including no alternative.
And before news of the filing, JRM Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson said he'll comment on the permit at a later time.
I would rather come and circle back with you on that one because I just don't have a lot of the details with me right now.
Meanwhile, Guam EPA PIO Nick Lee told KUAM the agency has not issued a notice of decision for the open burn, open detonation permit. We continue to consult with our counterparts with US EPA, and the application remains under review. Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News.
And Joan rejoins us now. Say that 3 times fast. Joan rejoins us now on the show with our Giving Every Tuesday segment, where she gives you a look at a new local business that is helping to raise funds to help beautify the village of Mangilao.
Never Give Up Lifestyle is veteran operated and is inspired by family and the island of Guam. Owner Josh Delgado comes from a big family that always believed in helping others and their community. Nate Delgado, who is one of his siblings, explains the meaning behind Never Give Up.
Never give up is not just a word we use to motivate ourselves. It is the drive and passion to never give up on faith, hope, love, and life. Never Give Up is not a brand. It is a lifestyle. And we all have our stories. And we all live the Never Give Up lifestyle way.
Since opening late last year in October during the pandemic, Never Give Up has been working hard and putting out an array of t-shirts. And for every shirt purchased, $5 goes to their community project fund, which helps with several beautification projects in the central village of Mangilao.
The Mangilao Children's Baseball Park, the Mangilao Mural, the Mangilao bus stop adoption, as well as the cleanup efforts for the village of Mangilao.
Delgado explains why Mangilao.
We are currently working with the village of Mangilao because we grew up and are rooted in the village. And we hope one day soon to work with the entire island and all its outreach partners.
Down the line, future projects include feeding shelters and supporting outreach programs. To help support their mission with the Community Project Fund, head on over to their shop in Agana Shopping Center located on the 2nd floor within the marketplace. You can also visit their website at www.nevergiveuplifestyle.com.
All right, now, and as we do each and every day here, we bring in Uncle King Concepcion, who's going to read you now the day's headlines in Chamorro.
Buenos updates to get some to be Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mientras sigue Aguana continúa a record porsyento siya na positibo na kausang COVID, ma-report gi pangin Lunes no Joint Information Center na 4 talo mas mampinino no Estina Pesti. Imina 267 so 98 anos na lahi ni Ticabales ibinakunan niya. Sa matay gi Guam Memorial na Hospital, gidia 22 gi Enero. Positibo test niya gidia 19 gi Enero. Imina 268 sa esta mabakuna na palaon ng 96 anos na edad. Matagi Guam Regional Medical City na ospital. Gidia 22 gi Enero. Positibo test niya gidia 21 gi Enero. Imina 279 so 64 anos na lahi. Numatagi GRMC na ospital. Gidia 23 gi Enero. Mates positibo gi adwa mismo na dia. Imina 280 na finaytay. So 86 anos na palaon. Numatay lokoy gi GRMC. Gidia 24 gi Enero. Anay positibo test niya gidia 5 gi Enero. Todi 4 sa manggay sa Nod Otusia at tisan mauli kisalun niya. Manota loki gidon niya release si Joint Information Center na gidamingo fin may magahaga Luling Guerrero Executive Order number 2022-02 na extendi public health emergency. Efektibo gidia 31 gi Enero. Ja deklara na MPSMP gi dia 2 gi Matsu 2022. Yutong nasunto gifinot sa moro para pago na Merkulis gini KUAM News. Sinabanti hiho di tempo ni para manapara ni para manafan matugad sa mga giguahan. Suwen pasel gini Animal Wellness Action na grupo. Asangan gi press conference natutong komento sa esta dyan ni Direktor di Departamento ng Agrikultura Chelsea Munya Brett para manamasa na lang to reglamento ng lisensya muna halungadzo gi isla para utsilong mas dyan ni Ilay ni Federal. Akonfirma dyan ni KUAM adyo si Munya Brett na mga kanto sa Departamento dyan ni AWA na grupo. Zawno na inalanto sa kumuuntaw tong malago manahalumang kantidad na manok para bendi debido na ay agrikultura kopyan lisensya para bonafide na sertifiko. Haka si Pasel tawki gobernamen tunggahan na masasya gazera masaya probido sigon federal na lay loti probido sigon nilay guni gizagwahan. Kasangan na podmit siya na gawad man mapatumagi gi isla. Diyan ang katgan na di man matungos na nagazero siya. Diyan ang mangatsong niya. Lengan ay AWA na grupo sa sistema contact ki postal service dyan izon niya henden in effects ang lay. Pwede man napapatu gawad sumagigwahan doon utusihan na lugad. Para Guam News Network kagwaw si Ken Conception. Yasuto gifinot sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Mas.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&D and Calvo Enterprises, Inc. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Magonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Buenas Sanhafadi. Part of taking care of yourself is participating in cancer screening. Make it a point to see your doctor at least once a year for an annual visit to discuss your risk and to determine which tests are right for you. Many tests are free or covered by insurance, and there may be programs to help those who don't have insurance. Cancer screening can save your life. There are screening tests that can catch cancer early when it may be easier to treat. So learn more at cancer.org/getscreened.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamai, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Uno Mixed.
We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
To Ken Johanna, the former mayor of Jotnia, living forever and ever with his music. I love Guam, right? How does this song not live forever? Great message.
Not anymore, but he's always gigging in heaven.
Yeah, amen. 7/12, Wednesday, Hump Day, January 26th. Speaker Theresa Lahi coming up. So is our education superintendent, John Fernandez. Right now, though, we have Senator Sabina Perez, Democrat. She is the oversight chair for environment, revenue tax, labor, procurement. Is that everything?
BSP.
Bureau of Stats and Plans, that's right. For the 36th Guam legislature. And I guess we'll go ahead and start. We'll just go round robin, Senator. But if we could just start on environment, as there was a huge news yesterday. I mean, this is kind of pretty big deal. Earth Justice partnering with Pertai Lategzan to bring a federal suit against the Air Force, right, relative to these the open burn pits up at Taragi. And just your reaction.
Yeah, I think, if there's any entity that's breaking environmental laws, they have to be held accountable, whether it's the Marbo Cave or whether it's, military even. In my oversight hearings, I've brought the attention of the open burn, open detonation, that, we need to definitely push our agencies to require less basically protect our environment, protect our people. It's been known that open burning and open detonation are antiquated technologies, and it produces a lot of toxins that are released readily into the environment. One of the issues also is the chemical of PFAS, which is a forever chemical, and that just gets dispersed with burning and open detonation. It doesn't get, basically it doesn't break it down. And so PFAS is one of those emerging contaminants that causes health impacts, such as, it causes impacts to our immune system, our thyroid system, and some of them are even known to be carcinogenic. And we're talking about an area in the northern part of Guam, near Jigo, and Benido, where most of the population live. It's also where we draw water from. Most of the water that supplies the island is in the northern part. And so, really it's about protecting our island, protecting the health of our people. And, I think this is important to, hold U.S. military accountable if they are, polluting the environment. And that could be avoided. There are safer technologies out there that, should be utilized instead of open burn and open detonation.
Did you also have a comment? Because I know that you had shared that the permitting process, because they're trying to get a new permit so that they can open pit burn up there, right? But I talked to Guam EPA and they said the permit's under review. But what I did hear just from around town was that they're being asked to come up with alternatives to open pit burning. Are you? What do you think though with this lawsuit in play? Do you foresee Guam EPA approving this permit while they're being sued, while the Air Force is being sued for it?
Yeah, that's difficult to say. I don't know what the situation is with the U.S. EPA, because I know Guam EPA is in consultation with U.S. EPA. And so depending on what the consultation requires, but then again, now with this lawsuit, that might change the situation a little bit more. But yeah, open burning, that definitely needs to be, I think, not permitted. If you look at the Northern Marianas, my understanding is, in talking to some officials in U.S. EPA, that they did not have an open burn permit in the CNMI. So, at the very least, no open burning, should be allowed here on Guam if it's not even applied in the Northern Marianas. Open detonation, there's a study that came out where there's safer technologies for those explosives. So, and it's being implemented in other communities. So I think, we need to prevent any kind of pollution from happening if there are safer technologies out there.
Right. Senator, Reverend Tax, I know that you said you had you had to sit down with him this week. What type of update do you have?
They're basically so the online filing will be up and running next week. I believe they're doing some testing right now, but they seem pretty confident that it should be ready by next week. So that would definitely help out in streamlining their processes and getting the tax refunds sooner. With child tax credit, they're pretty much on point. They've given out about $55 million, and so that's about half. So they gave out the advance of 50%. So, but they are guaranteed to give out the other half. So the federal government's good for reimbursement for the other half. And in regards to like the cigarette stamp tax, they haven't given me a final briefing. I think they're still working out the details with the AG's office. And so their court hearing was postponed, I think, till February. They were supposed to have a hearing last week, I believe. But yeah, it got postponed due to a scheduling, court scheduling, I think was one of the issues.
So you said online filing, they're hoping to stand it up by next week, because I did get some people were asking me if I knew when the 1040 for this year would be up on the website. So are we just looking at maybe next week?
Yeah, next week. And part of the issue too is IRS is still finalizing some of their forms. They want to make sure that everything is aligned with the IRS.
Have they beefed up their website at all since that whole RISE Act fiasco? Because I remember they said they were going to look at it, and I'm just wondering, are we prepared if there is like an influx? Because I know people are hard up. They want to file early so they could get their refunds early. So maybe anticipating preparation of a rush when they do get all the forms up. So are we prepared for that?
Yeah, good point. I think one of the issues back during the All Rise was that there was a change in the routing number, so that it wasn't entirely, from my understanding, it wasn't from the automation itself. It was the number. So it was yeah. So then they had to do all the notifications and then having to mail it out. But I think they're slowly but surely they are overcoming a lot of these little glitches. So that was a different issue, I believe. But as far as standing up, it's hard to say, to predict what sort of issues that might come up too at this time around. But it's good to see that their BPT filings are online, so they're switching over to that. During the past OPA audit, they were behind, I believe, 13 months, and they started online filing for BPT, I believe, in March 2021 when it was required, and so they're 4 months out of catching up to that point. So I think we'll see a lot of changes happening once this fully gets implemented.
I wanted to talk with you because I attended a press conference yesterday. It was a press conference held by Animal Wellness Action and Wayne Pacelli. And he had basically said, and this was confirmed with the agriculture director, Chelsea Munya-Brecht, is that, the last few press conferences he's been talking about the shipment of what he says are fighting roosters to Guam. And I think the statistic they used was there was something like 12,000 what they said again were fighting birds. And I think previously the agriculture director had come back and said, oh no, they had said it was for breeding. But anyway, kind of one of the big reveals in this press conference yesterday was Wayne Pacelli said that he's been talking with agriculture director Chelsea Munya-Brecht, and that she's committed to kind of aligning their procedures with the federal law, meaning that if people are bringing in certain types of birds, that they'd have to have more proper documentation though. But I remember I talked to you about you trying to align local law with the federal cockfighting ban, and you'd said that this was something that you might want to look at in this term. Is there any update on that?
Right now, there isn't an update for aligning local law with federal law, but I do support the efforts of the Department of Agriculture. And I think that definitely is telling when a lot of the birds are male birds. But we already have a lot of birds here that can satisfy the breeding requirements if they're producing eggs, right, for agricultural purposes. So I support those efforts.
Yeah, it was interesting because I know in talking to some people, they had said, oh well, if the Postal Service allows these cocks to be shipped into Guam, then what's the problem? And so I asked Wayne that in the press conference yesterday, and he had said that they're actually in communication with the United States Postal Inspection Arm, and this is like the arm of the Postal Service that they enforce, I guess, and regulate things, and that they were going to be a little more stringent in how they kind of monitor these shipments, right? Because it is a good point. I mean, if it's illegal, then why is the Postal Service allowing it? I guess was kind of the train of thinking, and so that's something to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure Wayne is really on top of this. So, he does bring up a good point. If they're predominantly male birds.
Right. Procurement, General Services Agency. I know that we had kind of talked about the public auditor's audit on the sole source procurement, emergency purchases, but is there any update with the GSA?
Not at this time. I know they're sending their I believe they're trying to keep up with their monthly reports. I think right now, not seeing a lot of activity with the nothing to report right now with sole source and emergency procurement since the last time I had my hearing. So I'm slowly making reforms on the procurement. Sole source, we recently passed legislation tightening up the requirements for sole source. Previously, it was basically we can award a contract with a simple determination Now there has to be cost considerations. There has to be a proper vetting. If there are other vendors out there that can supply any good services. And so, yeah, and then so basically, slowly but surely trying to improve and make these processes more accountable and transparent. And really, it's about limiting non-competitive practices so that we are getting the best value for government.
Yeah, I got to follow up on that golf cart thing. Thank you. It's reminded me about that.
Yeah, that's I believe one of the reason why it was held up is the chief procurement officer was not on. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I believe she's back.
Oh, she's back. Okay, I got it. Did you have a reaction at all? We had an interview with the Admiral yesterday, and we were talking about Eagles Field. I mean, this was it was huge, actually. And I don't know if the governor got the memo, but he was saying basically that Eagles Field might be off the table as an option for the construction of the $1 billion healthcare complex. And he was saying it was because they're now looking at that area for missile defense. And I mean, he didn't come right out and say that, hey, yeah, forget about the $1 billion healthcare complex there. But I mean, it kind of seemed like it was a done deal.
Yeah, so I don't know what caused. I mean, obviously the money caused the change in their decision, but I think what needs to be reiterated is that it's just obvious the lack of the power dynamics or the imbalance of power dynamics between Guam and the U.S. And I think that the taking of the land. This land should be returned to the native landowners to use it as a missile defense. For missile defense, I think really flies in the face of the U.S. government's responsibility to the people of Guam, that they are supposed to protect the cultural and natural resources until the time that we achieve self-determination. So it's really, jeopardizing any future uses by the Chamorro people, as they militarize our lands. It's good land. And, once you set it to, military purposes, a lot of the times it's contaminated. And, we've heard from these landowners that it was used for farmland. It was rich farmland. And it's unfortunate to see these things happening before our very eyes. The Texan and the firing range. It's a primary forest that protects many of the endangered species that can be found nowhere else in the world. Some of which cannot be found anywhere else in the world. It contains our history. So I think that it's not. It's disheartening to see that we lack this sort of control over our own lands.
Yeah. I really feel for the original landowners because it was, and I interviewed a few of them. It was basically like they turned on the TV one day and the governor was talking about building a $1 billion healthcare complex on land that they originally owned. And we're talking about living, breathing, original landowners. We're not talking about the grandson of a landowner who had passed away, 50 years ago. There are actually a couple living original landowners. So it went from them seeing their own governor totally disregard any concern, interest, or, even acknowledgement of these original landowners. It went from that to the Admiral basically pulling the whole thing off the table. And so I think the real punching bag in all this, it's not the governor's, desire to build the thing, and now that's not going to happen. It really is the original landowners because they were kicked by their own governor, and now they're being kicked by the Admiral. It sucks.
Yeah, right. It just brings to light that, these past injustices are still current injustices that need to be redressed.
Senator, could we end on labor? I know that you've been big on the job training, right? And then I'd seen something where there was like 1 million people who don't even want to work on Guam or something like that.
Yeah, that's a concern that there, although the unemployment rate fell, some of that got shifted to people not in the labor force. So in order to be counted as unemployed, you have to be seeking work. And so now we're seeing this trend where people are just not seeking work. And that is a concern. And maybe part of the issue is, the pandemic. People are afraid to go back to work, especially now with Omicron being very, it spreads much more easily. And this is something, we still need to address. I mean, how do we protect the public and as well as rebuild our economy at the same time? I think, the policies definitely need to be communicated, the reasons behind the different policies.
Yeah.
And I think people are left to their own defenses sometimes, like, okay, so, how am I going to protect myself? They have to consider the risks now. And but perhaps one of those risks is, going to work and getting it there. So, but, I'm still optimistic. We need to find, there's solutions out there, and it's just a matter of getting together and figuring out what those solutions are. I do have measures that I want to introduce to help bring our people back to work. But I think safety is always one of those concerns still.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these like public health guidances that they change whenever the wind blows. Now they're saying the fifth day testing that was previously in the guidance, where if you had come into contact with a known positive on the fifth day, you're supposed to get tested. And now they're saying that because of a shortage in test kits, not because of the science, but because of a shortage in test kits, they're no longer mandating that people do that. But the problem is a lot of what they communicate, there's a lag between what they communicate and what like your big boss knows. And so if your big boss is like, oh no, you need a negative test to come back in here, but then public health says you don't, but there's no communication with, the businesses, and they basically like skeet these things out in the middle of the night, and nobody really knows, and then we're left explaining it, and it only warrants more questions. It is very frustrating. Right. And so there is that part of it too. It's where, 3 months ago, we told people that if they were a close contact, they had to get tested. And now it's like, oh, no, just go to work.
Yeah, that's a difficult situation. I know whatever we control. So for instance, I think we all know how to keep safe, wear masks, watch your distance, and then also vaccinate. I do recommend vaccination. That is a way to protect yourself. So unfortunately not everybody's vaccinated, so we have to protect them as well. This is part of our responsibility. We have to protect each other, especially if they're elderly, they have those comorbidities. I think there are measures that we can take within our own hands to protect ourselves and our families and our loved ones. I just hope everybody's safety at this point. And, whether, we can test or not, there are measures that we can take into our own hands to protect ourselves and our loved ones.
Right. Yeah. And it's, when you talk about vaccination, right, it's never these rabid, crazy anti-vaxxers who die. It's always, when you read it, like who's dying and they're unvaccinated, it's all like really elderly people who are very sick. So, I mean, it is, what are we doing to reach that population? There's just so many shortcomings that we can point at during this pandemic, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Oh, that's the first it is what it is I said that this morning, right? Not bad. 90 minutes went by. Senator, thank you for your time. Anything in closing you want to add in?
No, just thank you, and I hope everybody's safe out there, and have a great day, and thank you, Chris.
All right, thank you, Senator Sabina Perez. There, Environment, Revenue Tax, Labor, Procurement Chair. She says that she had a meeting with Revenue Tax this week, and they're planning on rolling out the online filing next week. Now, part of the lag is, because I know you guys are getting your W-2s, part of the lag is that the IRS nationally has not completed some of their forms, and so I guess local Revenue Tax is kind of waiting for that before they stand up the online filing. At 7:33, we're going to continue with the 36th Guam legislature. We're going all the way to the top, though, with the speaker. And that's next right here on The Link. We'll take a quick break. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&E and Calvo Enterprises, Inc. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Give you love instructions, show you what I know. Need to take it easy, ain't no need to rush now, baby, nice and slow. All this love I can give to you, I expect just a bit in return. And you don't have to be perfect, love, as long as you're willing to learn, baby. Won't you come over, love, so I can show you love. I promise I got enough to give you all that you need, baby.
Hey, good morning, 7:38. Let's go ahead and play this story here from Nestor Lecanto, a great get, as we had Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson on yesterday, relative to the construction of $1 billion healthcare complex. I'm sorry, I can't help but say it that way. And so we do have Speaker Therese Terlahi, who is the Legislative Land Chair in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, KUAM, and good morning, Guam.
We're just going to play this story, a little context before we jump right into our interview. Again, it's Nestor Lecanto from the KUAM News team. Good morning. Start with just a status update on what is the status of those properties right now.
Speaking exclusively on the Link Show, Joint Region Marianas Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson said the Defense Department was open to the use of Eagles Field for a new hospital complex because it would also support military operations in and around Guam. He said DoD could also stipulate that certain features be built in. But things changed when the Missile Defense Agency got congressional funding for a Guam site.
Now that we have the money, now that we're exploring the sites, it could be that site is really prime real estate and absolutely necessary for the missile defense system, in which case maybe the hospital wouldn't be built there. It would have to go somewhere else.
Meanwhile, Governor Leon Guerrero has said repeatedly that Eagles Field is her first choice for a new hospital. She also made it known that she has a license for the property, which her spokesperson clarified today is a license to assess the feasibility of the property for a medical campus. The Admiral made it clear that there's no agreement to build anything there right now.
There was license to explore if it was a good location. So just as we're letting the Missile Defense Agency look at that area to see if it would be good for missile defense, we're allowing the government of Guam to look at that area to see if it would be potentially good for a hospital.
And while he says no decision has been made, he makes a strong case for the property's use as a missile defense system site.
Quite honestly, that land that we're talking about, when you look at where it is, north-south-wise, it's very central in the island. East-west-wise, it's more towards the east, which the DoD doesn't have a lot of properties on the eastern portion of the island. It's on some higher ground. So all of those things make it very attractive for a missile defense system. So I think we need to slow down a little bit. We need to let the evaluations play out before there's any permanent decisions made on what we would do with that particular parcel of land.
Adloop Communications Director Crystal Paco San Augustine said, if the determination is made by the governor's task force that it is not an appropriate site, they are assessing other property. For Guam's News Network,
slow it down a little bit, according to the Admiral. That was a big reveal yesterday on the show, Madam Speaker. So I guess just your reaction, your takeaway from that interview and that story.
Well, that was big news, I have to say, and I'm glad that you were able to talk to him and get that information, because obviously it has a lot of implications for many things. Number one, the hospital, right? The building of a new hospital. Number two, the landowners. Huge implications for the landowners. I think it has implications on the relationship between DoD, Congress, and the government of Guam, because the Department of Defense promised back in 2010, when the whole build-up discussions were happening, that they were going to have net negative impact on land on Guam, meaning we were going to get back more land than they were going to acquire during this build-up process. And that's how the whole land return methodology came into place by Congress. Congress wanted to hold them accountable to that promise and require, this process where the governor puts in a letter to the Secretary of the Navy which lands they would like returned, and the Secretary of the Navy has to respond yes or no to each of those requests. And so, I thought we were proceeding when the Navy had said they could return this land. And so now I think this is a huge step backwards, and it has implications. I think, there are discussions about building a missile defense system in that area of Guam may have implications for surrounding landowners, as well as, of course, those landowners whose property it's going to be built on. Every time we see a big buildup of a base or, other facilities on Guam, there are other implications such as, burial grounds. We've seen impacted ancient villages. We've seen limestone forests and other, biodiversity impacted. And so huge, environmental studies go on, and they point out these things, and yet, sometimes the projects still proceed. So,
right.
I just think there are lots of implications. They talked about airspace, right, and the ability or closeness to the airport as being a factor in where they put this missile defense system. They talked about using a part of Guam that was not heavily occupied by military facilities at this point, and that's what they want to do is to it's not enough the north, the south, the west, or they want to concentrate on the other side. So anyways, yeah, I think there are many concerns, but for me, most of all, the biggest concern is the promise that was made for the net negative, and whether we are going back on that, or whether I'm hoping our congressman, this is something Congress felt important enough to intercede in, and I hope that they will, and that they will hold DOD accountable for that net negative promise, and that our congressman will help us to ensure that if it's possible, that these lands get returned. I still think the entire government of Guam should be united as to land returns. There is no reason why now, so many years later, we are going to divide ourselves as to land return when we have been united in this for many years.
I mean, we are divided, though, because the governor was just going to bulldoze over these original landowners of property up at Eagles Field to build the billion-dollar healthcare complex. And we did stories. You made noise about it. Yeah, and they were just ignored.
We have no business being divided on that. We need to be united as always. Otherwise, this is what happens. They're going to go back on their promises, or they're going to insist that there is no land available for return, except for little parcels here and there that, they can't use because they're too small.
So I was, and thank you for the FOIA that we had sent. So we got to read all the letters, and I mean, we had the Admiral on. I was shocked at what he said, because when you read the letters, they're kind of like love letters, really, between the Navy Secretary and the governor. It was like, thank you so much for the Theodore Roosevelt, and we're going to do whatever we can to just give you this land at Eagles Field, and never mind who used to own it. And it was like, really seemed like a done deal. And then the governor had been, talking about, I got a license, they're going to give me a license. I think she might have even in another media said that she signed a license. And so when the Admiral's like, hold on, we got to slow down, there ain't no license, there's no lease. We just said, yeah, go look at it and see if it's feasible. Right. And so, there's another thing the Admiral said was he said that they were looking at other parcels, because the missile defense system is not just going to be possibly there, but it's going to be set up, all over the island. Right.
Yeah, I heard that too. And I'm very concerned. I think, it really does look like we should be concerned based on what, they had promised and the net negative, that may not be their policy anymore. And that was something, they very much announced that Congress tried to enforce. And so a huge shift.
Yeah, and because we'd seen that, so what you're talking about with this report, they have to do, what is it, every year?
Yeah.
So they have to do every year, they have to say, these are lands that we're thinking about returning, these are lands that we're keeping, these are lands that, possibly we're looking at maybe. And so I'm wondering now with this missile defense thing, how much of that list of properties that may or may not have been up for return, how much that list has changed, right?
Right. We'll see, I guess, when they submit their new response, or the governor, and we'll see also the governor's request. And I hope the governor continues to request or insist that this land be returned. And, and we go through the regular process that we have put, that prior, administrations and prior senators have put in place here, that for land returned to ancestral landowners.
So in your opinion,
that license that you talk about, we discovered that during our public hearing, it was only a license to go in and survey the property and do other things like access. It's a license for access to it, not a license at all to build. But it was very clear from the paperwork that we had also read through that they were contemplating a lease and not an outright return. And that was the part that was very concerning to us back then. So there are compounded concerns now, I think, but I think most of all, we need to, be apprised of the full implications of a missile defense system in that area of Guam, what that means for the current landowners, the surrounding landowners, and what other properties they may be using for this missile defense.
Yeah, I think it's just a little crazy that we're having this discussion on the other side of the island about building a power plant next to a school. And here comes the admiral saying, I'm going to put a missile defense system right next to Price Elementary, next to the Japanese school, next to Ladera Tower. I mean, it's kind of like,
Yeah, we haven't even seen the EIS on that yet. So I think they're still in preliminary stages. And so unfortunately, I hope that doesn't tie this land up, that they had already deemed excess, right? They had already admitted it's excess. We don't need it.
So what do you think this means, just from gleaning what the admiral had said? What do you think this means for the plans for $1 billion healthcare complex then? Are we starting, do you think that we should start looking at option B?
Absolutely. I think, I think we always should have been contemplating all potential properties for which is really the best place to build a hospital, and what our goal is in building this new hospital. We know that many of these physicians have built their offices around the hospital. Our power agencies and water agencies have built facilities around the existing hospital or Oka Point to make sure that our hospital was the number one priority when it came to utilities, right? That they would not go out after typhoon or first ones to go back up after a typhoon, things like that. And so all of that, I think, it's very important. And we were seeing that the cost to do this at Eagles Field was really quite large. And it comes with restrictions as well.
Anything else on this Eagles Field thing before we move on to public health?
Not now. It's just that I was happy to see the congressman join this urging that the land be returned to the landowners. And so I hope that he will stay on board with that, because I think Congress plays a big role in this, this promise by DOD. It was Congress that tried to hold DOD accountable on that.
Did you say the congressman had gone to bat for the original landowners?
Yes, he had raised the issue that, that Guam law requires that excess land be returned to ancestral landowners, and we should not be skirting around that.
I missed that. Where was that at?
I think he issued a press release that I thought I saw, and he wrote a letter to the governor inquiring about that. That's what I read.
I see. Okay. Okay. So on to public health. You're the legislative health chair. There was a huge pivot here, and it was due to a shortage of test kits and supplies, right? And so now there were some comments too that were made by the incident commander, one of your former colleagues, former Senator Fernando Esteves, is now hired on at public health. He's leading the COVID-19 incident response. And the big pivot was that they're now prioritizing symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts. And to me, it was a huge pivot because the governor had been out here saying, hey, test, track, and treat. And so people wanted to go, they want to go get tested. There was all kinds of problems. They switched to an appointment-based system. It was just a huge cluster mess. We get all kinds of complaints about people. And then now, so they're limiting it because of the test kit shortage. Do you know what is the issue with the test kit shortage? I know they're saying it's nationwide, right?
Yes. They say this about the medicine and the test. It's shortage nationwide. We had pivoted to a different kind of test, which is why this is really kind of shocking news, because we had just only recently pivoted to this other type of test. And now, we're told not enough, and we're going to cut testing altogether. It's concerning, I think, for those people who were relying on tests to feel safe in their workplace, right? Such as DOE employees, especially, they were requiring that they all test negative to return, or that the students tested negative to return, things like that. And, or that close contacts be tested. So, and I think the goal has always been, I hope for everyone, that we've been all united on this goal, and that is to prevent increased hospitalization and to prevent increased risk for those who are already at high risk, right? We wanted to prevent contact with those people, because those are the ones who are at high risk of being hospitalized or dying from COVID. And so, my biggest concern, of course, with this reducing of the testing is that those people are going to walk around now with COVID positive, no symptoms, so they can't get tested, even though they were in close contact. They may know they're in close contact, but they have no symptoms, so they cannot get tested. But they will continue to be brought to work, with elderly. They might continue to be brought, to other places with children and elderly who are at high risk, or, who are the children who are not able to be immunized, the elderly patients who just have, comorbidities. Those are the ones that we don't want COVID positive contact, to happen with. Yeah. So that's what I'm concerned about. It's like, and I was actually so happy. I mean, despite the huge, I'm sure, overwhelming work for the Department of Public Health in the testing that they had done, and I want to commend them for the amount of testing that they really were getting done. That was an incredible amount of work. But I was so happy. I felt like the people are getting the message, right? They are understanding that close contact, puts you at risk of spreading this further. Go get yourself tested, and let's not do that.
Yeah.
So I was so happy people were getting that message, and we seem to be, uniting on that, and everyone was concerned equally. And that was good for Guam.
Yeah. And now it's like, oh, how dare you go get tested if you're not symptomatic?
Well, yeah, it's really unfortunate, the shortfall. I mean, I hate to see this, that it feels surreal that we have, we're going to limit who gets tested. We're going to limit who gets treated. That's even more concerning to me. The treatments are so scarce.
Yeah, there's 80, Madam Speaker, there's 80 COVID pills on island.
Right.
There's 80.
So,
we had 700 something positives last night.
Right. So I think they gave that to Guam Memorial Hospital to distribute, but still all the physicians have to go through that, one person to get this medicine, this treatment. And it's concerning. We said in the very beginning, we didn't want to see any kind of like VIP only,
Gotta be in.
To that monoclonal antibody that we did have, the Regeneron. And so that did not happen. I think they wrote that out in a really good way. They made it available, and it was convenient for people and doctors to, tell their patients to go and get that right away. And the earlier you get it, the better, right? So we're supposed to be receiving another antibody treatment for that responsive to Omicron in particular. And once that comes in, my understanding is even that will be in a very limited amount. But I hope that they will put this out, to the pharmacies or whatever locations can get this to the patients on a as an equal basis as possible, so that it's not only VIPs who can get those kind of things.
Yeah, it definitely should not be. And I talked to the doctors, and what they're saying at the clinic level is they have patients who are high risk, but they can't get the pills. So I don't know what's going on, if they're just in a freezer somewhere at GMH, but it does seem like there's difficulty in them, in the doctors being able to access it. But 80 pills, what are we going to do? Is this like a Hunger Games style lottery?
That's how it feels. When I say surreal, I keep thinking about those movies, and that it feels like that. Like we are pitted against each other to race to get the treatment, to race to get the tests, to fabricate stories so that we can get tested. I'm just hoping that we are going to get the supplies and the treatments that we need, that this is going to turn around quickly. And I know, nationally, that's the big push. So I hope that sooner rather than later.
I was really disappointed with the messaging from the incident commander, former Senator Fernando Esteves, because it's one thing to tell people we have a test kit shortage and we want to prioritize the monomco and the high risk. Like, that's good right there. But to shame people for wanting to go out and get tested when the government was the one that, you're right. I feel like we finally rounded the corner and got it into people's heads. Hey, know your status, know your status, know your status. They got that message. And now that they got that message, it's like, oh yeah, no, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, yeah, one of the things I keep thinking about that's not, covered is the Monumco. Maybe they don't need to be tested but it's us who are the caregivers, right? Us who are the ones bringing them the food. Those people, they should be tested, I think. Those are why employees employers have insisted that certain employees be tested. They're the ones with contact with different types of things, or those that are critical, right? And if they have so much contact that if they were positive, they might bring down the entire workforce, right? That's a very real risk.
I mean, it's so interesting because you're right. When you look at the data, public health data, what do they routinely say? 18 to 39 are the spreaders, right? But we're not going to test 18 to 39-year-olds. Yeah, it's insane. You're right. We had a call, and I'm going to bring this up again. A gentleman called up. His son was COVID positive. He did not have any symptoms, but he wanted to go get tested. He did, and he was having a hard time getting his results. But I'm just thinking, like, all those situations like that, they're not being prioritized by public health because of this new shift in the limited testing. And so you were absolutely 1,000% correct, is now we're going to have people walking around hot with the COVID, passing it, spreading it. And it just seems a little, I mean, it is what it is. There's a test kit shortage, right?
Yes.
But I feel like with public health, they always say, oh, it's national, and they kind of like hide behind it. You know what I mean?
No, and I have to give them credit. I think that public health and the governor have really done their work to make these requests in advance, right? And it's the surprising part is that we're being told about it like only a day or two before they implement this new policy. That to me is if we had known about the shortage, then maybe we could have made the announcements earlier. But other than that, I don't doubt that there's an actual shortage or that they aren't doing their diligence to get these things. It's there are other complications like manufacturing and shipments. So that's I hate to say it, but it in a lot of ways it's almost like we're back to those early days of COVID where we were short on all kinds of supplies, and we were feeling this way, very anxious about whether we're going to be able to take care of all those who really need it. And so I want to help public health in this regard. So I just want to ask everyone to, stay safe and wear the mask, when you go out, don't, and close contacts, we've been told if I'm in close contact, I'm going to try to stay away from my dad. That's for sure. That's what we've always done. And that's what we do, as a family. And I would ask all your families to do the same. Like if you already know what will protect your families, so let's protect them. If you're not sure because you can't get tested, then act
as if you're positive.
Yes, absolutely.
That's what they said way back when we were short in the beginning. They said, just assume you have it. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But I'm hoping public health will make some announcements today as to the availability of, the antiviral pills, as to the availability of the new antibody for Omicron.
Madam Speaker, there was a comment here. Do you believe that the spread is coming primarily from households as public health has kind of really hung their hat on?
Well, I thought I heard the Admiral say to you yesterday that they were, pretty much admitting that they were part of this spread. And I'm glad you asked him the question about the new, the big trainings that they're going to be having, 7 large, massive trainings. And they are going to be bringing in people from all over the world. So what their precautions would be, right? That we don't just continue. But I think everyone, we just all have to do our part. I'm not sure. I've got calls in my office and they're angry. They think because we are lessening our entry requirements for people from Asia that we shouldn't have done that. And there are people who are, of course it's being spread in households. That's a fact. Whether that's the only way it's being spread, I doubt that.
It seems like it's everywhere. Speaker, could you just hold on through the top of the hour? And I just had a couple more things. We're jumping on to KUAM TV right now. Good morning. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box on the Breeze. We're KUAM FM in Agatna, Guam. Guam, and welcome back, KUAM TV. It's 8:03. The link on the Breeze and on KUAM TV and on Facebook Live. We're everywhere. We're like the COVID, but very very much in a nice way. Maybe that wasn't a good metaphor.
I don't ever want to be compared to the COVID in any context. Thank you very much.
Right.
I wouldn't either, Jason. That's
Sorry, guys. Sorry, my bad. Madam Speaker, you know what you're talking about? It's interesting to me because your messaging in this interview has been like, be safe, do your part. But it's a little conflicting with what the governor had addressed the people in her last YouTube address. She kind of came out and said, hey, we're prepared for this. It's going to be mostly mild. And and we had Dr. Berg on with Nestor, and he was like, hey, 500, 600, 700, 800 cases, it's going to be okay. And so it was interesting. We had John Fernandez on, and of course, parents now are really kind of asking about, can we go back to online, right, when they see these numbers. But what John had said was that if the public health authority is, and I'm paraphrasing here, but if the public health authority is not acting like we're in a super typhoon of COVID, then maybe GDOE isn't justified to kind of migrate back to something a little bit safer, because the authority leading this pandemic has kind of already said, oh, it's going to be mild, we're going to be okay, we're prepared for it. So there's a little bit of conflicting trains of thought. And when you look at the public showing up to get tested, they seem to be taking this way more serious than the public health authority or, the administration is.
Well, I just think it has spread, far and wide, and not only, and many things have happened at the same time. We've changed our requirements for entry, not just from Asia, but from the United States, where we know this is really rampant, the Omicron, and that it is spreading beyond the control of the states, right? Their hospitals are being maxed out in capacity. It's a big concern in Hawaii and everywhere. And so I think, that's our concern still. I think I would like the doctors to weigh in on whether they are seeing a lot more higher risk patients with COVID. And that is the concern. So we may not have had hospitalizations for the first 2 weeks, but now I think they're going up a little bit, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's what I read last night. And and I've heard some concerns from doctors that they are concerned, and that's why they're trying to get these therapeutics. Mm-hmm. It's because the high risk patients are before them with COVID now. And we are praying our hospital's not going to be overwhelmed. That's our goal, and we have to do everything we can to prevent that.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could do a little more than pray, though.
Well, of course, and that's what I'm saying. We need to get this treatment out to the people who need it, who are at greatest risk. We need to, get the testing back, even if it's different type of testing, whatever we can get available for us here, so that it doesn't get spread in workplaces, and then we have shutdowns of very critical services. That's really, a big concern for me right now, because it's just everywhere. We were priding ourselves on, keeping certain things open, and but it's a big risk.
Madam Speaker, anything in closing before we let you go? Okay, so Dr. Hoa just texted in. He said the clinics are overwhelmed, and this has been the conversation I've had with different doctors from different clinics. So that's what I worry about. And if I was a frontliner at the hospital, again, I just got to say it's a little reckless to tell people that we're going to be okay with 800, 700, 600 cases. Because if I'm a frontliner and I'm watching those totals and I know how this pandemic moves, I know that a certain percentage of those positives are just going to end up in the hospital by default. And so I know it's a numbers game, it's an odds game, but when the hospitalizations start to climb and we're not, we're limiting testing, and we're just, it almost seems like we're creating.
It's a numbers game, as you say, but I think it's also, we with high risk people around us, we're taking extra precaution. I would say those who get tested, a lot of them were motivated because they wanted to prevent bringing it to someone at high risk at home, right? They were the caregivers for parents, grandparents. They were in contact with them, and they wanted to know, do I have to stay away, or not? And that is, to me, the biggest unfortunate part. And employees. Right? So employers had asked their employees to please don't come to work. Please get tested if you suspect you might have been in contact. And now, we're kind of mandating them to come to work. And despite the risk, and yeah, it's very concerning. So I think we just have to do everything we can to get these supplies here, get them out and distribute it as fast as possible. And when we have the tests back, that we get the results quickly, you know. So that was one of the issues that I had been discussing with the governor, the lieutenant governor, public health. It was my biggest concern just 3 days ago, before the new news that we don't have enough tests. The concern was that the results were not coming out fast enough.
Yeah.
And so apparently there was a glitch in that, and that they resolved and put more staff on, and you know, they were promising everybody was going to get the results, even those with negative would get the results faster. And that's a big concern because people are out of work waiting for this, out of school waiting for this, all of
Very
that.
inconsiderate. Yeah, it's very. And I don't know where the disconnect is. That
Well, I don't think they're intentionally being inconsiderate. I think, you know, this is a problem for all of us.
But where it gets inconsiderate, Madam Speaker, is that when you know there's a glitch in the lab and we're not informed of it, to tell people, because I got to deal with all these people.
I want to ask you, Chris, to please call the director of public health onto your show again. I mean, I really think we need more information, and I agree with you. It should not be that I have to track this stuff down and people call my office just to get certain answers. Senators are telling me that people are calling them because they haven't got test results, you know, and that's not the way to get test results, you know, to call your senator. It should be that the process that they've put in place is effective, it's going to work, and, you know, that we've been doing this already long enough to know that people, if you promise them something, then you should be able to do that. If you're making them signups or some electronic notice, then explain to us why that electronic notice is not happening, right? And is it a manual process that we're actually going to go back and input manually? Everything, when you inform them, they will be able to act accordingly. So when we informed them about the heavy risk of spread of the Omicron, how easily it spreads, they acted accordingly, and that you need to be tested because it's not symptom, you won't be showing symptoms necessarily, and so you need to be tested. They acted accordingly. And so, you know, we need to give them all the information that we have available to us, what this treatment that we are expecting will resolve and what it won't resolve. And so those of you who, you know, who can't even be helped by treatment, that you have to act accordingly, all of it, you know, all of it. And the people of Guam they've done that. And so I just want to give them all the information possible so that they can do that. And I ask you to continue. Don't give up on asking these directors to come in and tell you directly, you know, what it is that they're working on. I call them, I write letters, and I think we've done a good job of getting them to respond. And some of the, you know, policies that they shift is because, you know, we are pretty much, we won't let it go. Yep. But it's this, put the information where it belongs, and that is to the public. We've got teachers out there who are like, this big shift in policy at public health, I don't necessarily think there was any shift in DOE policy, right? So as you know, they were being treated a little bit differently, right? And so let's see, how does that resolve? And that's why the earlier that they can tell us that we're running short on something and there may be a policy shift and we're looking at this, the earlier they can say those things, the earlier DOE can adjust, right? And inform its teachers what other things we might be able to do, and the earlier employers can adjust. I'm really concerned that we might be seeing shutdown of entire businesses because of this. Again, right?
Thank you.
Which we were trying to avoid by not having lockdowns. Apparently, we might end up with that, unfortunately.
Unintentionally, right? Yeah. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much.
And I will reach out to the director of public health. I have multiple times this year. As you guys know, they kind of checked out on us way back in the Delta surge. And you're right. It's rather unfortunate because, I mean, you think you're getting calls about people who haven't got test results. I mean, our comments, our phone line just constantly blowing up about people who, and these are just people who just want to know basic information. And when they come out with these guidances and they come out with them in the late afternoon, and then, you know, I read them out here, a lot of times they're just more questions. And you're right, there should be, I mean, it's basic communications and messaging strategy. If you have a message, you supplement it with a live presence, because sometimes people have questions, right? And then I mean, we have the parents listening, we have the students listening. I feel like we have the biggest audience. We reach across the most platforms, and if there's a place where public health is looking to get information out, this is it. And they're always welcome, and I'll put in the ask again, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your time.
Yes, I'd like them to inform us of the quantities of everything, the orders that they've put in for everything, so that we know what to expect, and we know that we should expect policy shifts by them or guideline shifts, and not just be surprised by them. I don't doubt that they are doing what they think is in the best interest of the people of Guam, but it's this kind of late notice that's concerning to me. So I think it should be upfront. And so now we know the biggest thing that we are looking at is high-risk patients are inundating physicians. They're testing positive for COVID. Our hospitals are at risk, and we just have to act that way. And so we've got to use all of our resources. We've got ARP money available. We've got to use everything available to take care of that. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you. Have you got a chance, go through the comments. We get a lot of comments on this discussion. Thank you,
All
Madam
right, thank
Speaker. Okay. We'll just run over these comments before we get into the news. Rosemary Laguatnia, who is one of our loyal Link family of listeners. Thank you so much, Rosemary. She says this new tactic will cause a lot of issues with job sites where an employee might have caught COVID and request to stay away from work, but their employer will insist or demand that they work. Bevtest J. Salas, you're spot on, Madam Speaker. William comments, Guam government is so sad. People are going to be dead because of... I don't know what that says. Joylene Lemus, yes, our elderly and those not eligible yet for vaccinations are small kids and babies. Huey, I'm certain private sector employers are willing to take that risk if it means productivity will stay up. Shipping companies in particular were hit the hardest and are still suffering from short staff and very large amounts of people starting to order more things off island. Mike comments, it's all in the communication. If you know you can't provide results timely, then be transparent about it. And that's what I was saying. It's if they know that people are waiting for the results, because I'm pretty sure when they do answer the phone over there, people are telling them. They turn on any media, they'll hear people complaining that they're not getting the results. And then we heard from Speaker there was a glitch somewhere in the lab. So come out and tell the people that, I mean, we got this message from the governor a few weeks back that we were prepared for this, that it was mild. And I would just say, tell that to the people who are dying, because I don't think it's mild. And clearly, when you say we're prepared for this, and now we're finding out, there's no RegenCove, we only have 80 pills, we're not prepared for it. And so where's the presence? Mike says, instead, the script that is being used is you will receive your results in 24 hours. Okay. Thank you, guys. Keep the comments coming in here. Matcha comments here on our Facebook Live. I don't even have the heart to turn someone with no symptoms away from getting COVID tested. I don't care if they take my salary away. I will voluntarily allow the testing. That's just me. Thank you. Okay, let's get into the news now at 8:17, Wednesday, January 26th. He's standing by with the very latest from the KUAM News team. In for Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, and this 8 o'clock newscast is brought to you by Pacific Points right here on the link. Good morning, Jason Salas.
All right, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Guam. Everybody, thanks so much for waking up with us if you're just joining us on KUAM TV. Of course, your link updates brought to you by Pacific Points, where you can do more, get more, and we thank our friends at Pacific Points for bringing you these headlines each and every day. Our island once again is grieving this morning as 2 more COVID-related fatalities were confirmed last night. They occurred earlier this month, and in December. The 281st death due to the coronavirus occurred on December 13th. That patient was a 56-year-old man who was unvaccinated. The 282nd COVID death was on January 8th. That was an 84-year-old woman who was vaccinated. She tested positive on November 19th. Both had underlying health conditions. Hospitalizations on Guam have jumped to 34, 22 at GMH, 9 at GRMC, and 3 at Naval Hospital. That also includes 2 pediatric admissions, and of those, 4 people are in the ICU with 1 on a ventilator. 23 of those 34 are vaccinated, 9 are unvaccinated, and 2 are ineligible for the vaccine due to their age. The island also recorded 759 COVID cases out of 2,926 test samples analyzed on the 24th. That is a test positivity rate of better than 26%. 156 of those 759 cases were from the Department of Defense. There have been over 28,000 officially reported cases and 6,100 cases exactly. 6,100 Guamanians are in active isolation for the virus. Now, this number is down. Remember, we were telling you last week it was around 7,400. Now it is 6,100, still obviously a very, very large number. Today is Wednesday, of course, and that is the day that the new format for COVID testing kicks in. Forced so because of a shortage in supply of test kits. Public health and community testing partners are now prioritizing, starting this morning, to test only symptomatic patients and those who are high-risk close contacts. Now, here is the key. The criteria for being a high-risk close contact: you are either unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated, a senior citizen 65 years or older, a person with multiple health conditions, or a person with immunocompromised conditions. Let's go to our news reporters now as they cover the various island stories, as we begin with Daniel Perez, as he says with more and more residents testing positive for COVID-19, along with limited test kits throughout the island, Public Health decided to update its quarantine and isolation guidelines.
You may remember the flowchart that Public Health released more than a couple weeks ago, detailing what residents should do if they catch COVID. As of Monday, some changes have been made to reflect the ongoing situation, explained by COVID-19 Emergency Incident Commander Fernando Esteves.
The change that we're going to be making is removing the recommendation to test at day 5 if you're a close contact, as well as removing the recommendation to quarantine if you're a close contact and fully vaccinated. So if somebody's fully vaccinated or boosted and they're a close contact, they can go about their regular day. No testing required and no quarantine required or recommended in that situation.
Esteves added that the testing demand are mainly those who need to return to work, as they are required to show a negative COVID test if they are close contact or tested positive before. Due to this, Public Health reports that there are residents who get tested 2 to 3 times a week.
And what that means is, with the current situation and transmissibility of Omicron, what we're seeing as an example, if somebody were to test positive or be a close contact in one of your radio stations, then there may be the requirement that everybody who works there gets tested before returning to work. Now, what this does is it puts a tremendous burden on our supplies to try to maintain the operations and keep things open. And so for now, because the supplies are not there, we're just going to focus on our primary effort, which is preventing the overwhelming of our hospitals at this time.
It was also during yesterday's briefing that Esteves spoke out in regards to those lining up to get tested.
We hope that people are going to be honest when they come to get tested, whether they have an appointment or try to walk in. And if they're dishonest about whether or not they're symptomatic, shame on them. I'll just say it, shame on them, because they'll be taken away from somebody who may actually need that test in order to be identified and may need to get treatment.
KUAM reached out to Public Health today and received confirmation that they are making changes to the flowchart to update it to reflect what was announced Monday. Public Health hopes to get the updated version out before or by tomorrow. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Joe Nugan-Charfus has this next story as about a child, and when a child tested positive for COVID-19, parents, of course, do whatever is necessary to care for their child's health and safety. Joan talks to one mother who shares her unique experience.
Being in this pandemic for over 2 years, Faith Mendiola knew exactly what to do when her 7-year-old son Darren awoke one evening with flu-like symptoms.
The next morning, he had a fever. So I decided, you know what, since I'm going to go get Melissa tested, I might as well have him tested, right? And sure enough, he popped positive for COVID.
Her daughter, a senior at Notre Dame, had also tested after the school informed her that she was identified as a close contact. She tested negative. But taking the necessary precautions, Mendiola, along with her girls, Nelissa and Haley, knew they needed to quarantine.
I have to isolate them, rearrange our household so they can stay in their own rooms, have to designate an area for me and my son. So, of course, I have to take care of him. We have to quarantine for 5 days. So today was the 5th day, and me and the 2 girls got tested. So we're just currently waiting back for our results.
The mother of 3 said Darren's symptoms have been mild.
He had a mild congestion and a slight fever, nothing too alarming. It's a common, to me, it was a common cold, like a common flu. So I was able to just hydrate him. He still has his sense of taste and smell.
While Mendiola has taken everything in stride, she admits it has been mentally exhausting.
Being a mom, having to make sure that your kids are okay and you can't leave and there's nothing you can really do. It's mostly a waiting game. So it's stressful. It's pretty stressful.
And how are her kids holding up?
I have to remind them constantly, daily about, having to not touch their face. Please always wash your hands, sanitize before you go in your room. But other than that, they're troopers. They want to be together. They're always checking on their brother, asking me how their brother is doing, asking me if I'm okay, telling me they're okay. But other than that, they've learned to make the best of it.
With her daughters attending private schools and her son attending a GDOE school, Mendiola said the schools are trying to do their best.
It just sucks that there's never enough staffing. The numbers are rising. There's not enough room for our children. I think my middle school and high school girls do know how to take care of themselves and try to keep safe. It's just my 7-year-old. It's hard to keep kids away from each other, having to play with each other at that age.
And when it comes to vaccinations, Mendiola says prior to testing positive, Darren was scheduled to receive his vaccine at the end of the month, while her and her daughters are vaccinated but not boosted.
I wanted to know a little bit more about, the vaccine when it comes to kids. I'm all for vaccinating our children, because these days there's just so much in our foods and the way we live that's not healthy.
In the end, Mendiola says if you feel the need to vaccinate your kids, then do so.
There's only so many things that we can do. And, like with my girls, they play sports and I made it their choice to get vaccinated, and they had to in order for them to play, they had to get vaccinated, and now they want to get boosted. So, I just try and give them as much information about vaccine, and I make it their choice.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonah Gancharfris.
We got another really big story about the military now, as the governor's plan to build a new hospital complex on military land at Eagles Field in Mangilao may be in jeopardy. You heard from the speaker earlier in the show, and now Nestor Lecanto gives you perspective on this developing story.
Speaking exclusively on the Link Show, Joint Region Marianas Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson said the Defense Department was open to the use of Eagles Field for a new hospital complex because it would also support military operations in and around Guam. He said DoD could also stipulate that certain features be built in. But things changed when the Missile Defense Agency got congressional funding for a Guam site.
Now that we have the money, now that we're exploring the sites, it could be that site is really prime real estate and absolutely necessary for the missile defense system, in which case maybe the hospital wouldn't be built there. It would have to go somewhere else.
Meanwhile, Governor Leon Guerrero has said repeatedly that Eagles Field is her first choice for a new hospital. She also made it known that she has a license for the property, which her spokesperson clarified today is a license to assess the feasibility of the property for a medical campus. The Admiral made it clear that there's no agreement to build anything there right now.
There was license to explore if it was a good location. So just as we're letting the Missile Defense Agency look at that area to see if it would be good for missile defense, we're allowing the government of Guam to look at that area to see if it would be potentially good for a hospital.
And while he says no decision has been made, he makes a strong case for the property's use as a missile defense system site.
Quite honestly, that land that we're talking about, when you look at where it is, north-south wise, it's very central in the island. East-west wise, it's more towards the east, which the DoD doesn't have a lot of properties on the eastern portion of the island. It's on some higher ground. So all of those things make it very attractive for a missile defense system. So I think we need to slow down a little bit. We need to let the evaluations play out before there's any permanent decisions made on what we would do with that particular parcel of land.
Adloop Communications Director Crystal Paco San Augustine said if the determination is made by the governor's task force that it is not an appropriate site, they are assessing other property. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And Tomas Manglonia has our next story as big news yesterday. Yesterday, of course, a huge day for island headlines as the Protehi Litexan organization is taking the United States Air Force to federal court. Here's Tomas with that story.
with the action we filed today, these are open burning, open detonation activities that spread contaminants in the environment, including posing potential threat to the northern aquifer that provides water to 80 to 90% of the people on Guam.
Rutehi Letexan Save Ritidian is waging a legal battle in federal court. They say the U.S. Air Force failed to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. At issue, they say the Air Force failed to consider environmental and cultural impact before it applied for a hazardous waste management facility permit for open burn, open detonation on Taragi Beach at Andersen Air Force Base.
It is simply unacceptable for our military to take these types of reckless actions when there are safer alternatives available to threaten the very people that they're sworn to protect.
The Air Force submitted their application last May. Local residents, including those at Earth Justice, reached out to them with concerns in November. It's been radio silent. The plaintiffs note that no open burning has occurred in the past 2 decades. They want a more thorough environmental review, more meaningful public engagement, and more consideration for safer ways. For Maneca Flores, the urgency is rooted in family relations to the land. Her great-grandfather farmed pigs and copra in Taragi before the war and before most of that land was taken by the government.
To see the land that was taken from our family for reasons of security now being used, for recreational use, but moreover being used for these harmful practices that will forever contaminate our drinking water, that will impact our fishing practices, that will impact the practices of us cultivating traditional medicines.
They say the impacts could be irreversible amid hopes of a return to sacred ancestral lands.
Open burn is a practice that is prohibited, and the US EPA has made an exception for particular practices of the military that are permitted. And so this is the way that they're proposing to do it is extremely antiquated and dangerous. And they haven't, as David said, they haven't considered any of the alternatives, including no alternative.
And before news of the filing, JRM Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson said he'll comment on the permit at a later time.
I would rather come and circle back with you on that one because I just don't have a lot of the details with me right now.
Meanwhile, Guam EPA PIO Nick Lee told KUAM the agency has not issued a notice of decision for the open burn, open detonation permit. We continue to consult with our counterparts with US EPA, and the application remains under review. Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News.
Link headlines brought to you each and every day by our friends at Pacific Points, where you can do more, get more. We're going to give you more now from Uncle King Conception. To wrap up our news roundup, here is your Chamorro News Update.
Buenos updates to get some to be finod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Matasiya agwa na kontinua ma-record porsyento siya na positibo na kausang COVID, ma-report gi pangin Lunes no Joint Information Center na 4 talo mas mampinino no este na pesti. Imina 267 so 98 anos na lahi ni Tikabales si binakuna sa matay gi Guam Memorial na Hospital gidia 22 gi Enero. Positibo test niya gidia 19 gi Enero. Imina 268 sa esta mabakuna na palaon no 96 anos na edad. Matay gi Guam Regional Medical City na Hospital gidia 22 gi Enero. Positibo test niya gidia 21 gi Enero. Imina 279 so 64 anos na lahi no matay gi GRMC na Hospital gidia 23 gi Enero. Mates positibo gi adwa mismo na dia. Imina 280 na finaitay so 86 anos na palaon no matay loko gi GRMC gidia 24 gi Enero. Alay positibo test niya gidia 5 gi Enero. Todi 4 sa manggait sa nod otusiya at tisan mauliki sa lunia. Manota loki gi dunia release si Joint Information Center na gi Domingo fin may magahaga Luling Guerrero Executive Order number 2022-02 no extendi public health emergency. Efektibo gi 31 gi Enero. Ja deklara na MPSMP gi dia 2 gi Matsu 2022. Yutong nasunto gi finod sa moro para pago na Merkulis gini KUAM News. Sinabanti hiyo di tempo ni para mana para ni para mana fan matugad sa mga giguahan. So when pasel gini Animal Wellness Action na grupo asangan gi press conference natutong komento sa esta ni Direktor di Departamento ng Agrikultura Chelsea Munya Brett para mana mas adelanto e reglamento ni lisensya muna halungadzo gi isla para utsilong mas dan ilay ni Federal. A confirma ni KUAM adyo si Munya Brett na mga kanto si Departamento ni AWA na grupo. Zauno na inalanto sa kumuuntaw tong malago manahalo mong kantidad na manok para bendi debido na ay agrikultura kopyan lisensya para bona fide na sertifiko. Kasi pasaw taki ko ba naman tungguhan na masasya gazera masaya probido sa goni federal na lay loti probido sa goni lay goni gizagwahan. Kasangan na podmit siya na gawad man mapatumagi isla. Diyan ang katigan na di man matungo sa nagazero siya. Diyan ang manggatsong niya. Lengan na AWA na grupo sa sistema contact ki postal service dyan izon niya henden in effetsan lay. Pwede man napapatugawad sa magigwahan doon utusihan na lugar. Para Guam News Network, Guam Sikin Conception. Yasuto ifinutamuro sa presenta za ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals. Track your progress and find your way to exactly where you want to be with MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E. Discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
Come on and find
Hey, good morning, 8:38. The Superintendent John Fernandez joins us in the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Good morning, John.
Hi, good morning, Chris, Jason, Joe, sir. And just want to say, I know that last night, I'm a little tired because last night we had our board meeting for January. So
Right, yeah.
I'll go ahead and kind of start there. I wanted to take the opportunity to just congratulate our chairman, Mr. Mark Mendiola, and also our vice chair, Dr. Mary Okada, for being reelected for chair and vice chair this year. So I just want to recognize them, thank them, and of course they've been very good partners in leading the board and the department through this pandemic and through this return to learning, to teaching and learning that we've been going through the last year and a half. So I did want to just recognize them, and again, that'll provide some stability going into the rest of this school year, the rest of the year. So the board meeting, we took care of that, and then we can start anywhere. I'm not sure what kind of questions you have or been hearing about. We are doing our best right now to just withstand this latest surge in cases due to COVID-19. And I think as you've discussed and have seen, this looks very different from the prior variants and the prior waves that we've gone through. I mean, I think we discussed last week, and almost the things that we were using to measure the pandemic have kind of gone out the door because the number of cases are just so high, and it's just different types of effects on people than we've seen before. So right. I am thankful for the public health affirmation that we aren't seeing as many hospitalizations and severe cases as we have in the past. But of course, the numbers still create a lot of anxiety and a lot of concern. So I just wanted to be able, just to let our community know that, of course, we're aware of the situation. We do know, and we continue to follow the latest public health protocols. I mean, it's kind of been hard to keep up with because of some of the recent changes, but we're doing our best to do that. But it is affecting us at the school level. So over the last week, actually a couple of weeks already, we've been deploying a lot of our central office staff out to schools on a daily basis, just based on need, based on the number of faculty and staff who might be in isolation due to a positivity, or who are quarantining due to contact tracing and need to get tested. So we're doing what we can to keep in operation, because we do want our kids to have opportunity to go to school. And this is not the shortage that we're seeing is not at every school. I think we're tracking about 13, 14 schools out of 41 who are seeing the need for additional support.
Right, yeah.
So we're doing our best to. But I know there are a lot of employees out there who've been working hard and putting their time in, maybe in different roles as well, to just help with school supervision and so forth. So we're going to monitor this situation. We hope that the number of cases start to decline as has been projected, but we need to continue to reassess our strategy due to the fact that this is a lot of wear and tear on the schools right now as they try to withstand.
Right. Yeah. And I think the key word you said there, John, was withstand, and that's kind of what you do in a super typhoon, is you just wait and withstand it, right? But it's a little bit of a different situation. But when you talk about we'll just start, I guess, on the shortages. You're saying 13 to 14 of the 41 schools have been hard hit by staff shortages. How hard are we talking about?
Well, to give you a sense, we are pushing out between, I think today we've got 42 employees out. There was 42 employees from Central who have gone out to the schools to assist in the classroom or with school supervision. And I think in earlier this week, we had about 58. So between 40 and 60 employees are what the schools are calling for additional support. And we've been lucky just to be able to provide those numbers. If it goes up any further, I mean, it's going to be get more difficult. But so far we've been able to generally meet the needs and continue to support the school staffing but it's not easy. And so, we've just really, our staff here at Central still have their jobs to do, payroll, procurement, other things that are now having to sit, they have to sit for, while they're out, at the schools. But, we're reminding our employees that, our core mission is to keep our kids at school teaching, or keep our teachers, give them the ability to continue teaching, supporting our kids at the front lines and our employees as well. So if our schools aren't operating, I mean, what we do at the central office is really, not going to be as important. So we're going to try to take this short-term approach, but, it can't last, that long before we have to, reassess and maybe think through, other strategies.
Yeah.
If this goes much longer.
Yeah. So let's just talk about those other strategies, right? I mean, so you have the staffing issues, but then you've also got record student positive cases. And I say that because, I mean, traditionally, right, you guys just started testing, so there's not much of a track record on it. But, when I see 61, 38, 24, I mean, it's alarming. Even when we're being told that it's mild because it's kids. And I know, some classes will have like 4, 5, 6 kids out of the class because of, exposure to a close contact. So you have the staff shortages and being able to kind of, like you said, your core mission, educating the kids, keeping them in school. But then you've also got that familiar cross-current conversation about parents and kids' safety and, do we need to go to cohorts? Do we need to go online? I'm sure the Catholic schools went online, but Father Val spent a lot of time talking about how them making a decision to go online is way easier than you making a decision to go online. So where are we with that? And maybe if you just want to address the parents.
So definitely. I mean, we've heard from a lot of parents, and we did hear there were suggestions that we go back into cohorts. And the issue with cohorts is that doesn't help us with our staffing shortage. I think when you have a staffing shortage, whether you are going to cohorts or not, if a teacher is not in class, they're just not able, no matter what cohort you're in, they're not going to be able to be there, and the staff won't be there to supervise. So the staffing shortage doesn't lend itself to that type of solution. Moving online is a possibility. It's always been an option, but it's a much bigger challenge for us to do so. And in doing so, it also, different kids and different families are impacted in different ways when we go online. We know that in-person instruction is more effective for all of our students. We go to online, we do that when we have to, and we are evaluating scenarios, but those scenarios at this point do not involve a whole system, moving virtual. As we monitor the situation with schools, I think one of the things that we're looking at is if there is any school that goes into a situation where we can't provide the staffing support, we have contemplated putting that particular school, for them to go virtual, and then for their staff to be reallocated to the schools to, help address the staffing shortages at other schools. So if we do go in that direction because of a prolonged wave of COVID-19 this time, it'll likely be only 1 or 2 schools on a case-by-case basis, and then the available staff at those schools will go and help address the shortages or needs of other schools. I think like the superintendent said, for our Catholic schools, it's not really an issue. I mean, we rely on public health to kind of give that bright line of what is safe and what's not safe. And, it hasn't been easy over the last couple of weeks because we have the, guidelines that say you've got to, you should do this, and then you must do this. And, there's a little bit of a gray area there that confuses people. So, at the same time, we want to make sure we're complying with the guidelines that are out there. We're doing what's required to stay safe and to operate. And again, going above and beyond that with our own safety measures. But ultimately, like Superintendent Val said, a lot of it has to do with staffing shortages versus the spread of COVID. It's more about not having enough staff, and also not having the ability to test quickly and clear employees or students quickly as well. So one of the things that came up at the board meeting was looking into the expanded capacity to test at the school sites. We already test our unvaccinated employees as part of the governor's mandate, but we're looking at facilitating the testing and clearance of our own employees and possibly the students as well, if that will help relieve the disruption that we're seeing due to the wait in order to get tested, or the wait in order to get an official clearance. So, we're looking into that. I think the biggest issue is supply of tests. I think we have the staff that are trained to do the testing. We have the school nurses, but right now I think you've heard, there's a shortage of tests. Yeah. So it's going to be more difficult for us to implement if we don't have the adequate supply. And we're continuing to work with public health to try to get that supply available.
What's your supply of test kits?
Well, right now I don't have the numbers except to say that they were done based on calculations relative to our unvaccinated employees. So we have about 170 employees who test weekly. So the supplies that we're given is really anticipated to support that effort. What we're talking about now is expanding that. I mean, if you see the number of cases of employees the number of employees who have to be out just to quarantine and wait for testing, that's a much higher number. So it really means expanding the number of tests and then seeing how far that supply will go in addressing our needs.
John, so do you guys test the kids with the results of your report?
So we don't at this point. What we do, the only testing we do is, we did get authorization to test and to test at schools. But again, the only thing we do at this point is relative to the governor's mandate for the employees to be vaccinated, or if they're unvaccinated, to get weekly tests. So now we're talking about, if an employee is vaccinated, but they're a close contact, can we go ahead and test them, especially if they're not showing symptoms? Or if there are symptomatic employees or who want to get tested, do we have available tests to do that at school so that we can get an early result and not have to have them waiting or being in line to go get tested? So it's expanding from the unvaccinated to the vaccinated employees and possibly the students, depending on having the amount of tests available.
Well, so what is the protocol for you guys with the staff as far as the staff and students with close contact and positive?
So right now, the guidance, we follow the guidance that was put out. And of course, if you're unvaccinated, there seems to be more of a 10-day period of time before you are able to be cleared to come back. For the vaccinated, again, we have this recommendation to have them quarantine for 5 days and to test at certain intervals. And then if you're vaccinated and boosted, you don't need to quarantine, but you're required to get the tests at a certain interval. I believe it's immediately and then 5 to 7 days. So, again, depending on your vaccination status, there might be different approaches. But the key is, are we able to administer the tests so we can confirm whether they are positive or negative, and give us assurance that they're ready to come back to the classroom. I think the other thing was in our previous guidance, all the employees who were required to quarantine were also required to get a clearance from public health. And as you know, public health issued revised guidance last week that clearance wasn't required from public health in order for you to return to work, although the clearance can be made available upon request. So we're looking at, number one, is it easier for is it going to work for employees to email public health and get that request by email, which I think has been made available, or can we get our school nurses and administrators to participate in the clearance process? Because we know when the employees we know the information regarding their time frames for being able to return after quarantine. So that's again this guidance is changing, and we're trying to change with it and try to be clear to our stakeholders regarding the the new rules or the new guidance so that they understand what to expect from GDOE and public health. Unfortunately, it's not an easy thing to do because not only do you need to get the updated information, then you need to ensure that all 41 schools are aware of it and are able to implement it consistently. And so we're continuing to work on that, but we do get a lot of questions because of the changes in the guidance.
You know, you talked about online and discussions about a possible return to it. What's the status with the laptops and the MiFis?
So the laptops are available at schools. There should be enough supply, and schools have been on notice that in the event that they need to go online, they have to be ready to switch that on as soon as possible, including ensuring that the laptops are distributed and everyone's ready with Google Classroom and they can move quickly. The MiFis, my understanding is right now we have all of those students and families who had the MiFis already from the prior from the first batch of MiFis. We had a brief interruption of services, but those have since been restored. So they should still be able to have access through the MiFis to the internet. There is a new procurement that has been it was in protest, but now that the protest has been lifted for now, and we're proceeding to I guess hopefully award the procurement within the next couple of weeks, and that'll expand the number of MiFis available to more families who are seeking that kind of support. As you recall, in the early wave, when we first put out the MiFis, we did not get as many requests as we had hoped for, and I don't know if it was I guess people may be anticipating this is only short term and we're not going to we're going to return it anyway. But after we went through the last school year, the numbers of requests have gone up, and so we're trying to have MiFis on hand to meet that additional demand.
John, on a personal note, so I had signed up for MiFi, but I never got to pick it up. Right, so if you had signed up for it, is there a timeline on like how far back you're still okay to go get one? Asking for a friend. I really am. There's other people who did the same thing, John.
Well, I think at this point, if you did not pick your MiFi up, it may have already been redistributed to somebody else, because I know that the current supply, we don't have any additional right now. However, if the next award goes through smoothly, the number of MiFis that we'll have available, I think it's double at least double the 3,000 or so that we have out right now. So there should be available supply for those who request and do want to come pick it up this round.
Man, John, I just refresh my memory because I don't know if it's public health or GDOE, but with the pandemic EBT cards that were given out right last year, is it you guys that's kind of standing that up again for this year? What's the status?
Yeah, so it's kind of a joint effort. I mean, it relies on information from GDOE that goes to public health, and then public health issues the cards and then loads those cards for families. So the first round of PEBT cards that went out covered the last school year, and so the next round would cover, I believe, the summer period. And so my understanding is that we did provide information to public health, and we're just awaiting their announcement of when the cards or the cards will be loaded with the additional funding support. I believe it's in the amount of about $400 some based on the number of days over the summer that schools were closed. So that will be public health to determine that. I'll check back in today to see where they're at.
So do you have a timeline on that?
I don't. I know that over December they were seeking information, and I know my staff indicated that they had provided the information, and there was probably some reconciliation that public health was doing. It sounded minor, so I hope that that'll be provided shortly. I would hope within over the next month, if not sooner.
Right. So this is for all public school students, and I actually had gotten because I got kids in the public school system. I got a few of the cards, and just from what I heard from the public health staff, is they were telling people to hang on to the cards because they would be reloaded, and if you don't have the card, then you got to go through the whole process of waiting in line. Right.
Right. So if you have the cards, and the easy thing is that if there's additional assistance, it'll be automatically loaded onto your card. Now, if you didn't pick up a card and you're eligible, I believe you have to make an appointment with public health to go down and pick those cards up at their offices. Otherwise, yes, hang on to the cards because I think the whole point of it is that when it comes time to reload it, it can be done more easily that way.
Right on. Last question, the toughest one, John. I hope you're ready for this one. Above satisfactory evaluation from the board.
Oh, well, I thought we were going to get to skip that one. No, I do. We, as part of the agenda yesterday, was the completion and approval of my evaluation, and so the board approved a overall performance rating of 4.4 on a scale of 5.0. So I asked my staff if that's deemed proficient or in need of additional support, but or is it a grade associated with it? But I think it does. From the board's perspective, I do want to thank them for their continued confidence in the leadership and then also in all the work that we're doing in the department. I mean, there's just no way to separate the work that I'm doing from everything else that's going on, because especially during this pandemic, everybody has had to step up, be flexible in the roles and assignments that they've had to take on. And I'm very proud of getting this far, through these challenges, and also being able to return our focus more to reopening schools and getting our kids, back into the classroom. So it's been a very difficult journey, a lot of hard decisions, but I think we've always tried to be collaborative, transparent, get as much input as we can. And I'm hoping that ahead we'll be able to, like I said, withstand this wave and then continue to progress out of this COVID-19 situation and back to focusing on teaching and learning. So I'm hoping that this year we can start to see that that come to fruition. But thank the board. I want to thank my management team and my central office employees and all the employees out of the schools and our students and families for just working together to try to make the best out of this situation and keep putting our next foot forward as we try as a community to get out of COVID-19 and back to better days. So thanks for recognizing that.
Of course, John. I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Now your comments are going to light up with lots of complaints, and but that's it. We got work. We got a lot of work ahead and a lot of things to do. So there's never a moment to rest.
Yeah.
So
that's what I was going to ask. How long is your contract for?
Well, it's my contract was extended to 2025.
Okay.
But this is my 10th year.
Yeah.
So I mean, when I hit July 1st, that'll be 10 years here in the department, which I think is, from where we were before, when I think the average tenure of a superintendent was about 14 months. Wow. In the 20 or 30 years before I came here. So hopefully that's a good sign. Whether it's me or someone else, that there's always some stability within the department and be insulated from the politics and all the other ups and downs that we see in the community. We need steadiness and stability in order to make progress. So thankful for the board for continuing to get to support me in that role.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, and maybe it's a generational thing, but some people don't remember what it was like when GDOE wasn't in its current state, where you guys have a board and you kind of run yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing when I did my own research and I looked at all the superintendents and how long they served, and when it came out that it was an average of 14 months, and that includes the previous ones that were appointed for 4 years, and 14 months means that you're in the leadership position for about one school year.
Yeah.
And then you're off, somebody else, and there's just no way to move in one direction. If every school year you've got a different set of priorities and a different set of leaders. So, I think it's a good sign that we've been able to stabilize and kind of same direction. We can always make improvements, but I think it's going to be a continued partnership between the board, myself, and all of our stakeholders to do that.
John, just last question: was there an update with the third-party fiduciary status?
Not yet. I have a meeting with USAID. I think it's tomorrow or early next week. But the next big step is for USAID to come on island. And I remember I told you they were going to do a virtual visit in January. And when we were able to go to the higher ups in USAID, we were able to get them to commit to an on-site visit. And that's going to happen sometime in April or May. And the on-site visit is very critical because there are a lot of things that they are not going to check off the list virtually. They said we got to be there. We want to see it for ourselves. And we're hoping to get that as a final, give us a final review of some of the things that have been long-standing issues. Over the past years, couple of years, they haven't been able to travel.
Right.
So that's really held us up in getting to that next level. So April or May, when we get a date, we'll definitely let you know. And of course, get ready for their visit.
Thank you, John.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
There you
Thanks,
go. So there's Superintendent John Fernandez. Some of the takeaways: school-wide shutdowns, closures, not going to happen. What he did say was that, what they're anticipating and what the train of thought is that they might be hit so hard by the staff shortages that it could force the closure of certain schools that are affected by these shortages, and not like a district-wide shutdown. He also said that they are discussing online learning, and I think it would be, again, school by school on a case-by-case basis. So for all my fellow parents out there, I know it's crazy. It's the new normal, right? Where you got to send your kids to school with 700, 600, 800, 500 positive cases, and, they're telling us it's mild. There are people dying. A lot of what they're saying doesn't match up. I mean, you don't got to be an Einstein. Like, anybody who's reasonable will just be like, wait, that doesn't make sense. And I don't know, the deeper we get into this pandemic, the harder the head scratching and more frequent the head scratching becomes. It's 9:06. Tomas Maglotnia, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we're going to continue to scratch our heads here. Some major news yesterday. We reported it last night on Prutehi Litekzin through Earth Justice suing the U.S. Air Force for their failure to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. And today we have a full slate of speakers, both from Prutehi Litekzin and Save Ritidian. But Chris and Joseph, I was wondering if we could just play the package real quick to set the conversation up for our viewers who might be learning about this for the first time. So we're going to play the story that aired last night, and then we're going to jump into our panel of speakers this morning here on the link.
With the action we filed today, these are open burning, open detonation activities that spread contaminants in the environment, including posing potential threat to the northern aquifer that provides water to 80 to 90% of the people on Guam.
Prutehi Litekzin Save Ritidian is waging a legal battle in federal court. They say the U.S. Air Force failed to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. At issue, they say the Air Force failed to consider environmental and cultural impact before it applied for a hazardous waste management facility permit for open burn, open detonation on Taragi Beach at Andersen Air Force Base.
It is simply unacceptable for our military to take these types of reckless actions when there are safer alternatives available to threaten the very people that they're sworn to protect.
The Air Force submitted their application last May. Local residents, including those at Earth Justice, reached out to them with concerns in November. It's been radio silent. The plaintiffs note that no open burning has occurred in the past 2 decades. They want a more thorough environmental review, more meaningful public engagement, and more consideration for safer ways. For Maneca Flores, the urgency is rooted in family relations to the land. Her great-grandfather farmed pigs and copra in Taragi before the war and before most of that land was taken by the government.
To see the land that was taken from our family for reasons of security now being used, for recreational use, but moreover being used for these harmful practices that will forever contaminate our drinking water, that will impact our fishing practices, that will impact the practices of us cultivating traditional medicines.
They say the impacts could be irreversible amid hopes of a return to sacred ancestral lands.
Open burn is a practice that is prohibited, and the US EPA has made an exception for particular practices of the military that are permitted. And so this is the way that they're proposing to do it is extremely antiquated and dangerous. And they haven't, as David said, they haven't considered any of the alternatives, including no alternative.
And before news of the filing, JRM Commander Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson said he'll comment on the permit at a later time.
I would rather come and circle back with you on that one because I just don't have a lot of the details with me right now.
Meanwhile, Guam EPA PIO Nick Lee told KUAM the agency has not issued a notice of decision for the open burn, open detonation permit. We continue to consult with our counterparts with US EPA, and the application remains under review. Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News.
And now we go over to our KOM News Zoom room where we have representatives from both groups, attorneys David Henkin from Earth Justice, Tian Chow, Maneka Flores from Protela Texan, Rachel Tamanyao Zuzu, the local attorney here with Protela Texan. And welcome to all of you. Thanks for joining us this morning. And all right, thanks. And so it's great to have all of you here to provide some perspective. We just ran the story on based on our interview yesterday. I did want to just ask you to, can you set the stage for us again in terms of what Earth Justice and Protehila Texan is exactly seeking here? What do you want the Air Force to do with regards to its application and for a permit to conduct this open burning and open detonation?
Sure, I can take a lead on that, and then maybe Maneka can jump in. So the reason we brought a lawsuit yesterday is that the Air Force failed to comply with a federal law called the National Environmental Policy Act. And very simply, that law requires every federal agency, including the military, to take a real hard look at the impacts of what it's proposing to do and other ways that it might accomplish what it wants to do in a more environmentally safe manner. And in this case, the Air Force is moving ahead with seeking permission to literally blow up bombs on the beach of northern Guam without looking at safer alternatives, ways to dispose of munitions without blowing them up in the open on ancestral lands, on a beach where endangered sea turtles nest. And so basically, it's just this failure to take a look before you leap and look at the impacts of what you're proposing to do and safer ways to do it.
And Maneka, I know yesterday when we spoke, you said, this practice of open burn pits, has been pretty much condemned internationally. I wanted to bring some of those facts in at a later point, but I wanted to ask you, because one of the things you said yesterday too was that you not only want them to seek alternatives, but also consider a no alternative, basically not moving forward with this. Can you explain more exactly on why the U.S. Air Force should seek to not do this at all?
Thank you so much, Tomas. So, as we said yesterday, the practice of open burn is a very dangerous practice. In fact, if you look across, the United States at various communities where open burn is happening by the U.S. military, there are extremely high rates of particular forms of illness, cancers, all kinds of environmental issues. There's issues of water contamination, soil contamination. There are towns that basically have to have their water tested on a very regular basis because the contamination is so high. And we're talking about, PFOS, PFAS, lead, magnesium, uranium, plutonium, lots of really dangerous chemicals. And so the practice of open burn is completely banned. It's actually not legal, except for cases where an exemption is given to the U.S. military and is permitted. And so it's like an antiquated practice. It's really outdated technology. And what has happened here is Andersen Air Force Base in their permit application has not considered any alternatives, including the fact that this is a practice that shouldn't take place here. And so that's really what, Protehila Texan's hoping for. that this just doesn't happen at all here in Guam.
Yes, we saw those photos and videos of you making that filing pretty historic. And Rachel and Tian, before asking for your input, I wanted to zoom out a little bit and discuss exactly kind of the historical nature of the United States and kind of internationally as well with regards to open burn pits, because it has been extensively reported on, and as you note in your press release, the science is very clear on this matter. But for our viewers who might just be learning about it, and also curious for Earth Justice, if you might want to correct some of my timeline here. But, we first kind of saw a response to this in 2013 when Obama decided to open up that open burn pit registry with regards to military veterans. And then in 2019, President Trump signed one of the bills with regards to burn pits, essentially phasing them out. We have a burn pit registry for veterans. And just in November in 2021, the Biden administration made a pledge saying that for the newest generation of veterans, concerns about burn pits and other exposures continue to mount. And I think one study that was especially interesting that I found, which is available online, came from the Special Inspector General for the Afghanistan Reconstruction, talking about the exposure that veterans and, of course, those living in Afghanistan experienced. Part of the DoD instruction communication there said, open air burn pits should be a short-term solution during contingency operations where no other alternative is feasible. For the long term, incinerators, engineered landfills, or other accepted solid waste management practices are to be used whenever feasible. When used, open air burn pits should be operated in a manner that prevents or minimizes risk to human health and safety of DoD personnel and, where possible, harm to the environment. It's an extensive study, but wanted to bring Rachel and Tian in. Given that this is the case when it comes to our veterans and the military, and just how egregious this is, does this just further drive the point in terms of your case here in the in federal court on why this shouldn't happen locally?
I think that those points that you just raised are absolutely critical, and it is going to lend basically support in what we're doing. The complaint, as I said yesterday, has alleged that open burning had not been practiced here since 2012, I believe. And so it's been a while, and to restart that practice without knowing what the environmental impacts are going to be. One of the things about the federal legislation is that it requires an environmental assessment, and that's what we're saying has not been done here. It would be very, very critical to know that what the environmental impacts are going to be. And those points that you raised about the hazards to those veterans is definitely a real concern here on the island.
Yeah, I want to add too, and thank you so much for asking that question, because you're absolutely right. There's been a lot of attention paid to open burn pits overseas and the devastating health impacts that has had on veterans, but also folks overseas. And it's really unfortunate that the same attention hasn't been paid to open burning and open detonation domestically. It's not just something that happens during wartime in another country. It happens in everyone's backyards, right? It's happening on the beach on the northern coast in Guam. And while open burning hasn't occurred for a couple decades or so, open detonation still very much is happening, and they're blowing up munitions right on the beach. And there's just not been enough attention paid to it. There are things that can be done about it, and yet folks aren't talking about it. And really, it might have something to do with the fact that over 90% of the open burn pits and open detonation areas in the country are in low-income areas, and also in many of them in neighborhood and communities of color. So, I'm glad that we're talking about this now, and it's definitely an issue that needs a lot more attention.
And I did also want to point out part of this report that came from the Special Inspector General noted here, environmental planning such as the management of solid waste is not always a high priority because of the operational and logistical pressures, safety and security risks. Of course, this is like you said, Tian. In this case, it's during wartime. But I guess why would the Air Force seek this particular method, given that those war conditions don't exist at the moment here on Guam? That's just a question for anyone who would.
Okay, well, I think you've just asked the big question, and that's the question that really needs to be put to the Air Force, which is, why are you doing this? What are the impacts? And what are the better ways that you could do this without causing harm to the environment and the people of Guam? And that's it's not only the right thing to do for the Air Force to answer those questions, but it's what the law requires. This law has been on the books since 1969. It's not anything new. And when any federal agency, including the Air Force, wants to do something like this, it clearly has the potential to harm the environment, that is going to poison the land, that's going to poison the water, that's going to poison the ocean. It's going to affect fishermen off the shore. When they blow these things up on the beach, there's a safety zone that they established. It's like 2,400 feet across. So it goes way out, like half a mile into the ocean. So you can't even fish there. And these are people's ancestral lands. And, so you ask an excellent question. Why are they doing this? Well, I would say because no one's been paying attention, because no one's been holding them accountable, and because it's easy to do what you've always done in the past rather than try something new that would be better. And what this lawsuit is about is making sure that we hold our military who is there to protect us. They're not supposed to be the threat. They're supposed to be the protectors. So we're holding them accountable to comply with the law and figure out, a way to do it better. And as Moneka pointed out is, and do they even need to do it on Guam at all? Or there are other ways to dispose these munitions that will not expose, the fragile lands and ocean of Guam to this type of impact.
Rachel, did you want to jump in there?
I was just going to add to that sentiment. This application for the permit is not a new application. It's a renewal application by the Air Force, and they've been making these applications to the Guam EPA over several years. And I think an important thing to remember is science changes, and it innovates and it improves on methods that are going to be really geared to take care of our environment. And I think it's important that the Air Force has to answer to this, and it would be their burden to show through an environmental study, through an environmental assessment, what those alternatives are. It's not our burden to say that. So all we're asking for is the Air Force comply with the law and the legal requirements to submit and obtain these permits.
And I know yesterday you mentioned, and we included in our reporting, you did reach out to the Air Force in November, expressing your concern. Can you just explain that for folks? When did you reach out? What did you say? And I know it's been radio silent since then, but has there been any communication?
Yeah, I'll answer that because I wrote the letter. But after, we met with Patela Texan, and they raised these concerns about the fact this activity is going on, has been going on. So no open burning, as Tian and Rachel mentioned, no open burning has happened since 2002. But open detonation has been going on, and they've just been kind of putting in these applications without doing any environmental review, without complying with the law. And as folks have mentioned, there are new studies, science evolves. So in 2019, the National Academies put out a study, the US EPA put out a study saying, hey, there's safer ways to do this. And so we spoke with Patela Texan. They were concerned about the activity. We said, yeah, the law requires that they study the impacts. The law requires that they have and they're not supposed to do it behind closed doors. They're supposed to have a public process that allows members of the community on Guam, but equally important, experts from around the country to weigh in and point out how they could be doing better and what kind of threats they may be posing to the aquifer, to the ocean, to the land by what they're doing. And so, we thought it would be fair to write to the Air Force because we are not aware of any environmental review that has ever been done that comes remotely close to complying with the law. And so it was November 18th, I wrote to the Air Force and I said, hey, we have these concerns. So we don't think you've complied with the law here. If you believe differently, please let us know. And now 2 months have gone by and it's been complete radio silence. I did call once to see what happened to the letter, make sure they got it. They said, yeah, they got it. And they sent it up to the Navy at the Marianas Joint, Command. And we haven't heard a thing. So now there's a federal lawsuit and we expect some answers.
And so, what do the next few days, weeks, or months look like with these types of cases? I know Earth Justice, is a national law organization that has taken up many cases. But what does this look like legally, and based on your experience, what might we expect to happen in the next few weeks?
Okay, well, first I'm going to tell you what I'd like to have happen, but and it has occasionally happened. I would like for the Air Force, now that there is a federal lawsuit, to recognize that they haven't done their duty, they haven't complied with the law, and we would like them to withdraw their permit application and then go through the environmental review process that would involve the people of Guam and experts to look at what the impacts of what they've been doing and what they want to keep doing and the better ways that they can do it. That's what I'd like to have happen, and that has happened in my experience, but unfortunately it's the exception. What must happen is within 60 days, the Air Force needs to respond to the complaint that we filed yesterday. And then if they are unwilling to voluntarily comply with the law and withdraw their permit application and go through the public process, then we will bring a motion in federal court to compel them to do that. And we feel very confident that the court will see things our way.
And Monieke, I wanted to ask you in terms of Purtei Litexen, are there any other campaigns or moving ahead? Where does your focus turn to now?
Well, Tomas, thanks for that question. We have a lot of projects going on all the time, whether it's a film series or a podcast series or a scholarship, but I really want to talk about building solidarity in this moment because it's so important to connect this issue to the water contamination happening on Oahu, to that is military, that is the U.S. military contaminating the water in the community, for the community in Oahu. And we can look at similar issues of water contamination by the U.S. military in Okinawa and their sole source aquifer also being contaminated. And it's important to connect these issues. And so PLSR it has been and will continue to engage in a lot of solidarity work. We've been participating in a lot of meetings with various groups. We've actually attended a meeting with the US EPA to ask them to end to end the fact that they allow through their permits, the military to conduct open burn. So we want them to stop that exemption for the Department of Defense. And so, we're continuing to do this work in many other ways. And so we have other meetings. Now there's a meeting with the White House Environmental Committee coming up. And so we're just trying everything we can, meeting with various entities to do like this, just take as many approaches as we can, because this is a very serious issue and it's very urgent. And of course, also engaging the public in becoming more aware of these risks and ways that they can support this work as well.
And I did want to ask David and Thien why Earth Justice decided to back this effort. I know you explained the merits of your case, but is this the first time Earth Justice has gotten involved in matters here on Guam?
Not at all. I work in Earth Justice's Mid-Pacific office, which is in Honolulu, and I'd like to just, really emphasize what Monieke just said. As island peoples, we understand that our water supply is irreplaceable. We can't drive over state lines. If we can't drink the water out of our tap, we're stuck, And so Earth Justice has been working on these issues here in Hawaii, where I live, on the Red Hill matter with the Navy's contamination of water supply. And that's why we were deeply concerned when Purtei Litexen approached us about the threats to Guam's water supply and its environment and culture for this activity. We have been involved in the past in litigation in the Marianas involving the military buildup. bringing suit against the U.S. Navy because of the impacts on the Northern Marianas of training on Tinian and Pagan. And I personally was also involved in litigation back in around 2000 to protect some of the last remaining habitat for Guam's native species, including on Andersen Air Force Base. So it's been a long time since I've been personally involved in Guam federal court, but I welcome the opportunity to continue to make these connections across the Pacific and protect our islands from these threats.
All right, thank you all for your time. Is there anything else anyone wants to add here before we wrap?
I would actually just like to add that, I just want to take a moment to thank Senator Sabina Perez, because she is the person who really called the Guam Environmental Protection Agency to task to discuss this permit application publicly. And that is what really got Protehila Texan involved. We attended that public hearing. We met with Jane Williams with the California Community Against Toxics and Laura Ola from the Ceasefire Campaign. And it's because of those connections and that work that we were also able to link with Earth Justice and move forward with these actions. And so these are all connected. So I just really wanted to mention that and thank her for her work as well.
All right, thank you so much, and of course we'll be in touch with the developments of the case, and hopefully yesterday we got a chance to interview Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson, who said he had to circle back because he didn't have the information. So hopefully he gets the information and we can have a chance to ask him about it as well. So thank you so much, Rachel, David, Tian, and Moniaka. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Anytime.
Thanks. All right, so we just heard from Protehila Texan and Earth Justice with regards to their legal battle, which they waged in federal court against the U.S. Air Force with regards to their application for a permit, which they say violated the National Environmental Policy Act because they failed to conduct proper consultation and preparation. For that, I did want to read, though, yesterday we did get a response from Guam EPA PIO Nick Lee, who told us that the agency has not issued a notice of decision for the open burn, open detonation permit. He says we continue to consult with our counterparts with U.S. EPA, and the application remains under review. And the application submitted last May, so almost a year now, Chris, basically, since they're going to have to review this. And a huge issue worldwide, nationally, internationally, and the science is clear on these harms.
Yeah, and so nationally, what is the trend?
I mean, we have in this case, again, this is during wartime, right? And in which these burn pits are used. I'm not, but the trend has been concern. The trend has been.
I mean, other open burn
issues.
pits are they all over the states or what?
Not that I found.
I see. So basically, it's like, oh, you're in Guam. These Chamorros don't know anything. Let's just go burn a bunch of. I got it.
Right. Yeah. That's why Maneka was saying that it is against the law, and the military has that can get that exemption. That's sometimes.
Yep.
So.
9:32. Let's take a quick break. We're gonna keep with Tomas though because he's so awesome.
Yeah, we're going to turn over to the CNMI. It's been a while since we got a COVID-19 update from them. We know that
I forgot my suitcase, bro.
We know that the surge is there. Well, also prepare for your first and fifth day test if you plan to go, Chris, because that's the new.
Is that the new protocol?
They reinstated that protocol.
Okay, let me ask you a hypothetical. If I was to
if
I was hypothetically going to go to the NMI, just a little getaway, I'm in receipt of a little cannabis getaway, if you will.
Oh.
I'm in receipt of 2 of the man's vaccines and 1 of the man's booster shots.
Yes.
So I'm basically like glowing in here.
Well, you're not special. You still got to get tested. Sorry.
Especially because I'm from Guam.
Well, anyone who arrives, even me.
So what is the protocol if I want to go to the NMI?
You fill out the mandatory health declaration form, as early as you can, and then you get tested on arrival. You wait, and then you get tested on your 5th day. Then
where am I waiting at, though, man? Am I waiting in quarantine, or do I get?
If you're fully vaccinated, you
and
get
boosted.
to,
don't forget, I am boosted.
All right. Yeah.
Okay,
so
don't
you,
you
get
forget it, mister.
And if everyone else at your home is also fully vaccinated, and you're able to, have proper distance at home too, then you can stay at home. Or you're lodging if you have your hotel room, then just go straight to your
Okay,
hotel.
so I don't have to go into quarantine.
Not if your home or lodging passes their review. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you for that, Tomas.
You're welcome.
Are we doing a daily question today?
Yeah, we can. We're going to have Radlin Bakani from Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation with us first, though.
Yeah, she's the chief pharmacist.
Yes, she is.
Right on.
Yeah, dealing with all the treatment. She knows all about it. So we're going to hear
Nice.
about what
Okay.
we've heard updates here on Guam, but we're going to check in with the
We are. We're going to take a break first, though, is what we're actually going to do. And we're coming back with more of The Link, which is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Cavo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good
Do
morning.
you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamai, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV 8 and KUAM TV 11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Join Nestor Lecanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&E and Calvo Enterprises, Inc.
nests and half a day. Part of taking care of yourself is participating in cancer screening. Make it a point to see your doctor at least once a year for an annual visit to discuss your risk and to determine which tests are right for you. Many tests are free or covered by insurance, and there may be programs to help those who don't have insurance. Cancer screening can save your life. There are screening tests that can catch cancer early when it may be easier to treat. So learn more at cancer.org/getscreened.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Facilities. Good morning, Rodlin. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for your invitation.
Yes, and so the CNMI remains in a surge. Last night, more reports of COVID-19 cases. Just wanted to update our listeners with regards to the situation in the CNMI. And so last night, the report came out. 79 additional individuals confirmed positive for COVID-19. That brings the total to 4,344 cases. Some good news, there's been recoveries, 3,887 recoveries. At the moment, 6 hospitalizations, 22 total deaths, and 435 total active cases. And the CNMI also leading the nation in terms of its vaccination rate, 98.7%. And so, Rodlin, as the chief pharmacist and stationed there at the Kanoa Resort Ultranet Care Site, you also get a front row seat to some of the COVID therapeutics that the CNMI is able to avail of with regards to COVID-19. Can you give us an update on what's available to treat COVID-19 in the CNMI at the moment? Because we know that there's, growing use of the COVID-19 treatment pills as well. Are you able to give us a status update on treatment in the CNMI?
All right. For the COVID therapeutics in CNMI, we are pretty much, well stocked. And we have currently about 10 different kinds of therapeutics for treatment and even for pre-exposure prophylaxis for COVID. So we have Regencov, we have BAM-ETI, we have Sotrovimab, we have Remdesivir, the oral antivirals, which are Paxlovid and Molnupiravir. We have the Evusheld, which is the pre-exposure prophylaxis. And also we have some alternatives, Baricitinib and Sarilumab, just in case our Tocilizumab is not available in our current vendor. So,
right. And so can you give us a breakdown on how much treatment has been administered and what our availability looks like? I know nationwide there's pretty much a shortage of everything you can think of, but what's the current situation for the CNMI? How many people have received treatment of the over 4,000 cases that we've reported, and what is available? What's left?
For Region Cove, we have, I think, for all the sites that we have, about 700 has been given for Region Cove. That's the main map that we are administering. One, because it's it's still effective for Delta, and it is being administered subcutaneously, 4 sub-Q shots.
So 700 people have received that.
Yes, about 700. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I know there's several other treatments in terms of because Omicron hasn't been confirmed yet in the CNMI, right?
Yeah, it's not been confirmed yet. So we have Sotrovimab, just in case that will be confirmed in CNMI. We will shift to administering Sotrovimab, which is an IV infusion, one-time IV infusion.
All right. And do you mind just breaking down in terms of treatment given through the pills, what those are, and also when that would be administered to a COVID positive person?
Yeah, it has been offered, and 2 memos were already sent to all providers so that they would know how much available oral antivirals we have for COVID, and so that they can also assess their patients and start to prescribe for it. So right now we have 80 course units of molnupiravir, and the other one is Paxlovid. We have 40 and still awaiting for the other 60 to arrive.
And I know one thing that has always been said, and when we interviewed you a few weeks ago at the alternate care site when the federal team arrived, is that the time is of the essence when it comes to some of these treatments. So if I'm a member of the community and I test positive, what should I do? What is kind of the course of action that I should take as, let's say, if I test positive and I'm living on Saipan?
Yeah, they should call the COVID hotline so that they can be listed, and contact tracing will start processing right there.
And right now, the treatment is just available at Kanoa, or where can folks get this treatment?
In all CHCC clinics, it's all it's offered to all clinicians. So if they are able to test a patient COVID positive and assess the patient and eligible for any of these treatments, then they'll be able to order for it and be dispensed.
And is there more shipment on the way? Are we going to be getting more supplies in the coming weeks?
Yes, it's reported daily, so the allocation is also listed in the HPOP hotline, and we are, we can order anytime as we need, and it's being managed by the pharmacy also.
And Rowland, I just did want to also get your perspective as someone who prepares this, and you hear of these cases, and especially you hear of people who need to get that treatment. We've been is it over like 12 weeks now since the surge has been persisting. What is it like at the front line? Because I know even the pharmacy that was set up at Kanoa Resort is fairly new. It wasn't there before, right? Mm-hmm. So what is the front line looking at like right now?
Yeah, it's an additional task, but it's something that is needed, and it's good that we can all help each other to cover what is needs to be done. So basically, here in Kanoa, I'm doing my job in the hospital as well. So it's I transferred my office here basically, so I can help in coordination of any pharmaceutical needs here in Kanoa as well, while doing my hospital job.
And how have things changed? Given you've been there from the start. How have things changed in terms of the COVID response? Now we have all of these therapeutics, and the vaccination rate is really high. What do you attribute that to?
it's all for the planning and for the implementation and all the stakeholders that are helping helping the success of this COVID task force. I also, of course, for our leadership, for our CEO, Esther Munya, for our planning chief, Halina Palacios, and also Warren de la Gomez, and everyone else, look, all the, healthcare professionals, CMO, John Tudela, and all, and even those who are helping out with testings all around the island and giving out boosters and even vaccination. So it's all going, putting all those together makes up the success of this healthcare system.
All right, Roland, that's all the questions I had. Is there anything else you want to add? Your message to the community as the surge continues in the CNMI?
Yeah, so right now, we heard that, of course, with the these free testing kits that President Biden has, provided, ordering from covidtest.gov. So people now have access to COVID testing home kits, but they have to make sure that they will still continue to, report if ever they get tested positive, so they can get help. They can be assessed if they would need COVID treatments or even or anything that would help them to get better, and the progression of mild to moderate symptoms would not end up in hospitalization or even death. That's why we are here. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rodlin. Appreciate your work, and you're talking to us from the alternate care site, which is where some of the patients, are as well. So appreciate your work, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we just heard from the chief pharmacist over in the CNMI, Rodlin Bakani, who provided us an update on all of the treatment that they're having there, and further emphasizing still the need to, go back to the basics and continue to test. But the CNMI does have an extremely high vaccination rate, almost nearing 100%. So.
Wow. Thank you, Tomas.
So CNMI, Palau, like almost completely full as far as vaccination rate.
98.7% in the CNMI, and
for comparison, I believe Guam we're just short of 93 now.
Oh. Yeah, well, everyone got really scared and concerned after basically 2 years of no COVID cases, in the community, and then the huge spike that was just, just a few months ago. So, while cases climb, the vaccination rate also climbing.
Well,
So
fear sometimes can be an effective motivator.
Yeah, it's not working this time though, because I feel like we're kind of staying the same. But it is, if they were trying to use fear, they should never come out and said it's mild or that we're prepared for it.
Well, I saw an interesting report too, or just comments. Mild to what? It's mild to hospitalization,
right? Yeah,
or unfortunately mild to death. And so the word mild, or wherever, again, if you use the word middle, the left and right always changes. So the middle can also become extreme.
Yep. And I just say it's hard to reconcile mild in your mind when we are still seeing these COVID-19 related fatalities.
Yeah, and it never gets easier, and just in our culture too. I mean, just thinking about these cases, you can't just look at them as numbers.
Yeah. So thank you, Tomas.
Thank you, Chris.
9:53. Let's take a break, and we'll come back and close the show out with Cover Me. How's that sound?
Very compelling.
You guys. It's 9:53. We're back next. Good morning.
Get yourself all caught up. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&D and Calvo Enterprises, Inc. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamai, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
Thank you, guys. You're looking amazing this morning. Gonna leave you guys now. I know. I'm sorry. I'll be back, though, tomorrow. God willing, right? No guarantees, but that's what I plan on. So we're going to leave you here with Cover Me. It's brought to you by Burger King. Remember, drive-through Mondays at Burger King. Every 10th car gets a free Whopper. In the meantime, you can try the original Italian chicken sandwich. It's back. It's awesome. I could eat like 5 of them right now. I totally could. You're not seeing double. Do not adjust your Facebook Live or your TV because it's ding-ass here. Our Cover Me this morning. Featuring those amazing twins from Twinian. Hey, for Joe Sir, Jason, Tomas McGluttony, and the rest of the team, my name's Chris Esta. Adios.
us to something new. And as the days start taking longer, there is nothing we can do. Know that there's good times behind all the pain. Sympathy, know that the sun shine beyond all the rain. Etern, Zeus, Azul, Daham, Iloqui, Zeus, Azul, Daham. Give me a moment, give me a moment. No, I need a minute to take in all that's different. Give me a moment, give me a moment. No, it'll get brighter with time, better with time. I know there's hope for tomorrow, and there's happiness in hand, and there's no room for sorrow, 'cause we know that there's a plan. Know that there's good times behind all the pain. Sympathy, know that the sun shine beyond all the rain. Etern, Zeus, Azul, Daham, Iloqui, Zeus, Azul, Daham. Give me a moment, give me a moment. No, I need a minute to take in all that's different. Give me a moment, give me a moment. No, it'll get brighter with time, better with time. I know that there's better days out there that I'm trying hard to find. I know we gotta keep going forward. We just gotta hold on tight. Zeus, Azul, Daham, Iloqui, Zeus, Azul, Daham. Give me a moment, give me a moment. No, it'll get brighter with time.